Have we been muted this whole time? Have we been muted this whole time? Okay, well, to recap, we had, this is the workshop. We've had a pre-application review of 1225 The Plaza, and Elizabeth shared information about a success story on, in Oaklawn Park. We have now 1622 Van Buren. Is Kyle, are you with us? Is he here? Yes, can you pull Kyle over?
Do you hear me?
Hi, Kyle, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, great. Kyle, we have your Van Buren pulled up,
Okay.
and thanks for all the extra information you sent us. We just met with Kyle on Monday afternoon and said, hey, the next meeting is Wednesday. Why don't you come on down and talk to the commission about your project? I'll summarize it real quick. They have an existing kind of 1950s carport. They are located on just across from Shauna, actually, neighbors with Shauna. And they want to add a new structure. So it kind of looks in the drawing like it's connected. It is not connected. It's a new garage structure. And you can see how it's disconnected here on the plan information. But Kyle, what would you like to share about the project and get any feedback from the commission on? The floor is yours.
Okay. Well, yeah, we're at 1622 Van Buren Avenue, pretty much the backside of McCory Heights. I butt right up to Brookshire. So the Brookshire Highway is up the hill. So nothing's on across from me. Like you said, Shauna is to the left of me, and then I have one home to the right. So I'm on that corner there. The current structure is a carport, which has a few damaged spots. Top left corner and back right corner, some of the trees have fell, so we get some leaks through that. And also we've had some car break-ins as well, so we're just trying to provide a little more security for both our vehicles. We have 4 vehicles, but for the 2 vehicles that we use the majority of the time. So yeah, that there is the kind of the veneer that we were looking at to go with around the structure. And then if you scroll down to the next one, you can see that's kind of the plan information. Like she said, it's not connected. There's probably a 3-foot gap in between the stairs and where the structure will be. And then it is a 2-car garage with a game room attached. But we're looking to add the driveway, so a new driveway to pull in to access the garage. Still to the side of the structure and not impeding the existing walkway, but on the side where the existing driveway is at the time. Yep, and that's just more of the plan. So the reason we had to kind of do it this way is the way that our property sits as well. Before the highway was put into place, which split the neighborhood. There were houses on the other side, so the property was built in order to maintain that curvature of the street and the look. But the highway coming through the neighborhood is what kind of disrupted the way the look of the property is, as well as the property line of where the carport is to where we're thinking about putting the garage. It kind of limits us how we sit, putting anything behind or putting anything any other direction, as you can see there. So the existing one is kind of how we pull in now, and the new is kind of how we want to pull in going forward. The green are trees. We should be able to save all of those trees. The only one that would be maybe an issue is that rear tree is very big, very large. But I have to get that information for that. So
Great. Thanks, Kyle. Um, we'll turn it over to the commissioners and see if there are any questions.
okay.
Yeah, I guess just for feedback, you definitely have a peculiar lot constraint, or not peculiar, but a lot constraint, considering how the home is oriented on the lot. The only thing, which is the last thing you just mentioned, are the trees, or that tree in the back. Typically and always, I would say our standard support, if you're gonna do any kind of construction near existing trees, mature trees, canopy trees, that you have a tree protection plan. And
Okay.
I'm just curious, if you find out in that tree protection plan and you get a certified arborist involved and all of that, if you find out if it's a large tree that you would not be able to protect the tree in doing your construction, what would be your plan of action if the tree could not withstand the carport being, or the new garage being built?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's a problem with the tree withstanding. Yeah, but I'll get it checked out. That's good information.
Okay.
I mean, it's there now, and it's concrete there now. It wouldn't be moving. I mean, it hasn't come through the concrete. That would be my only concern, would be root systems coming through and disrupting the current structure. But yeah, it's that tree right there. So yeah,
Yes, you'll want to get, an arborist involved to
okay.
assess. Yeah. Commissioners, other feedback, input, or Kyle?
I think we'd want some context on what other detached garages are like in the
Yeah,
neighborhood.
yeah. I included some of those pictures. So you have that location there. Um, there was another one that was up for commission. I think this is that location here. So that's kind of how that one looks detached. And then there's one more in the neighborhood. So pretty consistent with the style of what was in the neighborhood before.
Maybe more examples than just those.
Yeah,
Okay.
and you know, relative to where they sit in proportion to the house and the property and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's a tough site because of the angle the house is sitting on, but the location of the garage doesn't make it any less awkward right now. So I would probably study that to see if are there options on, and maybe you already have, I don't know, but it's worth looking at.
Okay.
And in that same restudying, when you look at the size of the other, you want to take context into consideration. The same way that you're identifying the other carports, you want to make sure the size is factored in as well, relative to the primary structure and to the site and so forth. So
Okay.
keep that in mind. Commissioners, other feedback for this workshop?
I have one more question. So going forward, just like you said, if those things are in consideration, I mean, how do you feel about these plans now as they stand? What changes would you feel like would need to be done in order to be more in line with because there are no standards for what this neighborhood has: new homes and old homes, and a mixture of different genres of styles of home. So some were built in the 80s, some were built in the 50s, some were built in 2023. So
We typically, well, our standards, we're gonna be interested in historic homes, that you look at historic structures as it relates to context. So you wanna study the context of the street, and so a 360-degree view from your property is what you're considering. Of course, we know that across the street is the highway, so we know that you won't be able to factor that in, so you'll want to look to the homes in the immediate context, the historic homes. So to your point, yeah, a house might have been built in 2023. That's not a historic home.
correct. But like let's take like across the street from me, Shauna's house, for example. She has, before it was a carport, now it's a garage. Would that be considered new or historic?
If I'm not mistaken, the garage is part of her, integrated with her home, correct?
Correct.
So that's a
So that
different
would be
condition.
different.
Just a
Okay.
different condition than what you have, because you're looking at an accessory structure.
Okay. Is it better to integrate into the home or use accessory structure?
That's a loaded question.
All right. I'm in sales, so I know how to get to the root cause of the issue, but I just wanted to know, you know, I understand what you're saying, but I mean, like the brick, the hardy, we were told before we joined historic district that we would still be able to make changes, long as the changes were in style with the current neighborhood. With the pictures that I've shown of the other garages and the way that they look at the moment, I mean, even the way that they're not taken care of, the way that they're not look, what's the standard on those types of garages? Like that garage or the one that's just open, that garage there, they've been that way for 4 or 5 years.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
So it may be helpful. You may have done this already, so I'm sorry. I apologize if you've already done it. But, and I'm sorry, it's brutal, but to sit through some of these applications as we go through them to understand what kind of triggers we're looking at to
Okay.
give you a reference of what's going on.
Okay.
That's really good advice, Commissioner Taylor. That would be that, in addition to taking a look at our standards and
Yeah.
talking and working very, very closely with staff, I think would be your best bet. So observing other meetings to kind of see how applications flow and what commissioners are interested in pointing out, looking at our standards as it relates to what you're looking to do. There's a section on everything, just about everything you can think of in our standards, which can be found on the HGC website. You can pull down a PDF of it, and then working really closely with staff. And I think
Okay.
that you'll get to what you're looking for.
All right.
And I think you gave them some good direction with looking at the placement on the lot, considering other options, looking at maybe the size compared to some of these, historic 2-car garages with the man door. So, continuing to take those thoughts into consideration too.
Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
great. Kyle, thank you so much for joining us. We'll follow up with you after the meeting, and we're glad to set up another time to look at plans and talk through what you heard today.
Okay.
Okay, all right,
Thank
great.
you so much.
Thank
Thank you, Kyle.
Bye.
I have 2 two quick announcements before we start. One is just a reminder that Preservation Award nominations are due at January 31st. So if you have a good project in your neighborhood, if you've done a good project anywhere in Charlotte on a historic building, submit for an award. We would love to see it. And the second announcement is Candace had talked to you, I think back in September, about scheduling a retreat, and everyone agreed that January was a great time. And I think we got consensus on Friday, January 24th. But before we officially do anything, I wanted to make sure that that date still works for everyone. It would be in the morning of the 24th, starting around 9. And we have Brett Sturm from the state who is still able to come and join us. But I am flexible. So if things have happened over the past couple of months and we need to look at other dates, that's fine too. So,
I
Chairwoman.
don't know if we want to poll, a quick poll or anything. Does the January 24th, starting at 9 a.m. Work for a retreat for you all? I'm seeing head nods, a couple head nods. Commissioner Taylor's not available. Others are looking at their calendars, more head nods. More, so it's sounding like the
Yep.
24th
At 9.
at
Here.
9.
We'll be in
Here.
this room. We'll have breakfast and coffee.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah.
That
We won't make you come that early and not provide coffee at least. But we'll throw in breakfast too.
Thank you. Sounds good.
Sorry, no mimosas, you know.
Mimosas.
We can't do that at the government center, but okay, great. Well, I think we're ready to go. If you are, Chairwoman Hawkins, does anyone need a break? Over to you, basically. Next steps.
All right. Anybody need a break before we get started? Break. Okay, 5-minute break
Okay.
before we get started.
Great. 5-minute break. We will reconvene at, let's just say 1:10.
Good, how are you?
Where's my break?
I did.
All right. Yep. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the January 8th, 2025 meeting. I'm Nichelle Hawkins, HDC Chair, and I call this meeting to order at 1:11 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Chris Barth, Shauna Bell, Sarah Kerm, Cameron Holtz, Brett Taylor, Sean Sullivan, Scott Whitlock, Heather Wojcik, who are present in the meeting room. Also present are HCC staff, Christy Harps, Candace Lighty, Marilyn Draft, Jen Bear, Elizabeth Lammy, JT Fawcett, Nicole Hewitt, Assistant City Attorney, Candy Thomas, Court Reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that the commission has resumed in-person meetings. However, as a continuing health and safety precaution, the commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wished to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure you are on camera using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Please only use one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by HDC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions?
Okay. The first three applications are consent agenda. The first application is 1721 The Plaza. This property was damaged during last fall's storms, the hurricane, and they were debating on what they wanted to do and build back. Their original front porch, this house did not have an original front portico. What is shown here is a later addition. And when there is an emergency repair for COA, staff can only approve to build back to pre-existing conditions. And the property owner decided that they wanted to take this opportunity to fix the front porch and make it more architecturally aligned with the existing structure and to expand it to the other side. So you can see it has an open terrace to the left. They're proposing to add a full width front porch with a terrace on the other side. They're keeping the gable detail, but it's lowered, and unlike the addition, it doesn't impact the existing gable, the historic gable, allowing you to see the gable, whereas before you couldn't really see it from the street. Staff has a number of recommendations in the staff memo. I will say the applicant had submitted completely revised plans that addressed a lot of these items that staff has in its recommendation, but we can't accept a completely new set of revised plans. We can only accept additional information as part of the supplement. So that's why that information is not part of the supplement. But I think that's it. Do we have anyone on the line? Any callers, Marilyn? No callers. Okay.
All right. Commissioners, any commissioner is opposed to this application remaining on the consent agenda? For staff? Okay.
So my question is I agree with everything that was in the staff recommendation.
Mm-hmm.
How do we know if, you just said that they submitted a revised set of plans, but we can't review those. So how do we know if we approve it with staff conditions,
Oh, I see. I
that
confused
the
you.
homeowner is gonna be okay with it?
So I included that both to put on the record that we can't accept, new plans. You would still review it as if these are the plans you're looking at, but I also included it to say they're willing to make these changes. that
Okay,
are outlined.
that's my
Yeah,
important.
they're
Okay.
willing to make these. As with all things, if anytime you approve something with conditions, if for some reason they're unwilling to meet the conditions or can't, we'll bring it back.
Okay, thank
Uh-huh.
you.
All right. Well, with that, do we have a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion to approve the application because the project is not incongruous with the special character of the district as described in Chapter 3 of Design Standards and consistent with the Secretary of Interior Standards for Historic Rehabilitation. And that the applicant provide permit-ready construction drawings with the following conditions. Eave lines of the original house should not be changed. Front porch roof needs to be inset and distinctly separate from the original house roof. Front porch foundation should not be flush with house corners, but should be stepped in from both corners of the house.
Sarah, can I help you?
Sure.
You could just say A through E if you want, if you agree
Okay.
with all those.
A through E.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Uh-huh.
All right. We have a motion by Commissioner Kerm, seconded by Commissioner Wojcik. Any discussion on the motion?
Sorry, one more thing. This is my fault. Sarah, did you say porches 4.8 and new construction chapter 6? We just want to make sure the standards are referenced.
Porches 4.8 and new construction for residential buildings, Chapter 6.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And you accept that clarification, Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
All right. Any further discussion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Sullivan? Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes, vote to approve with conditions passes 8-0.
Thank you. Thank you. The next step.
9-0.
Okay, 9-0. Thank you. The next application is also a consent item. It's for proposed changes to an existing original side porch. The porch currently is screened in. The reason this is on consent is because staff feels that, with some changes, staff is able to work with the applicant. Of course, if the commission wants to review the project in full, they can take it off the agenda. But there are some things that do not meet our standards, such as proposing to remove all of the original elements with the beam, the columns, and the pilasters. And they were kind of doing a complete redesign rather than just swapping out the screens for windows. So the design, and there are a number of conditions about things being reversible and not damaging original architectural features, but to show you what the before and after looks like. So we have a nice sketch of the proposed. The large front terrace, that's been there as long as we can tell. This is the original survey photo from the 80s or 90s, and you can see the porches there. And they want to change it to a more four-season room with casement windows and paneling below. But again, they are also proposing to change all the original features. So staff's recommendation is approval with conditions, and either part of the recommendation is removing the muntins for sure, and either extending the windows to the bottom floor or just removing the muntins. So with that, that's staff's recommendation on the project. Chairwoman Hawkins, the floor is yours.
Anyone to speak for or against?
Oh, yes, good point. Anybody?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
All right, commissioners, anyone opposed to this being on the consent agenda? For staff? Question for staff?
It's okay.
Attorney.
Okay,
What's up?
so from an architectural standpoint, again, I read through all of the staff comments, but based on the other projects that we have recommended, that we've approved,
Mhm.
we've never let them do a panel down at the bottom. It's always been full glass. And so I was just wondering if we could, instead of doing or
Mhm.
in C, could we just tell them that we want full length windows? Because that's more consistent with what we've approved in the past.
You are always able to, these are starting point suggestion conditions. You can drop them, you can add them, you can change them. So, changing that or to an and is perfectly acceptable. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Make a motion to approve the application. Project is not in progress. It meets the second standard. And City of Charlotte design standards for design standards. Elements, porches, 1.8. Construction resident buildings chapters. 24.1 of the so recommend move to approve based on side recommendations A, B, C, and with C, we're going to consider eliminating window ones to provide more glass in the window. Consider full length windows instead of panels.
Maybe one thing, just reading this, maybe you want to strike the words consider from C. Because that you're asking them to do that. You're not asking them to consider it and you're okay with an alternative, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And C, eliminate the ones. Provide more glass in the windows and
Full length.
design full length windows instead of panels.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Sullivan, seconded by Commissioner Wojcik. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, votes to approve passes with conditions, passes 9-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next application is 2020 Charlotte Drive. Similar to the first application, there was storm damage to an original one-story garage structure. And the applicant wanted to take advantage of, a terrible situation and turn it into an accessory structure that had some more storage for him. I've included some details here about the height of the new structure as proposed to the original house. And there's also some information about materials. There's a pretty robust list of conditions that is being recommended by staff. And then the applicant has also provided answers to all of those. So there's a lot of response to staff comments as part of the supplement, talking about specifying materials and showing that the accessory structure is 1 foot 3 inches shorter than the main house as when it will be rebuilt. Do we have any speakers?
Yeah.
Just the applicant. Okay.
All right. Commissioners, any commissioner object to this application remaining on the consent agenda?
I'm sorry, I've got a question for staff again.
Okay, sure.
So the recommendations, there's recommendations to add windows to the, what I would call the rear and left elevation of this.
Yes.
Why?
You don't have to. Because we normally require windows
On,
on all 4 sides.
on garages and,
We do. The applicant has added additional testimony in his supplement that shows how close the building is on the back and side to the neighbors, requesting that the commission strike that from staff's recommended conditions. So you can strike that.
so the rear of this structure, which is the opposite side of that overhead door, is facing the back rear of the neighbor's property.
Yep, it's right here. Mhm.
Yep. Which is really
It's really
private
close.
realm. If there's
Mhm.
ever a private realm, that ought to friggin' fall in it.
It sounds like you have a motion.
As long as it passes, I have a motion.
Okay, let's do it.
I'll make a motion, to approve this applicant, because it is not incongruous with special character of the district as described in chapter 3 of the design standards and consistent with Secretary of Interior standards for historic rehabilitation on page 2.5, in that the applicant follows and submits plans that are approved by staff recommendations 2A through 2E, with the exception of D.
D, D2.
D2.
Can you also do an exception for C2? Let's strike that since,
And C2.
yeah.
All right.
And can you maybe say, you're approving it with the design standards for residential buildings, chapter 6, and accessory structures 8 and 10?
Yep. Approving it per the design standards of new construction for residential buildings, chapter 6, and accessory structures A10.
Perfect.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Taylor, seconded by Commissioner Whitlock. Any discussion on the motion?
I just have a question. If we usually do require it and we're not, do we want to say why we're not requiring the windows on this one with the,
You can, if you want to add it. Shauna, if you want to just state it real quick and they can accept it as a friendly amendment.
okay, well, friendly amendment that we would not require the additional windows on the those elevations because it was private domain.
The proximity to the fence
The
and existing
proximity
fence.
to
Yeah,
the,
perfect.
Do you
Accepted.
accept amendment accepted by Commissioner Taylor and by Commissioner
Yes.
Whitlock? All right, any further discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
yes,
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to approve with conditions passes 9-0. Thank you.
Our next application, while it loads, is 1329 Lafayette. Commissioner Kerm is recusing. And Angie, we welcome you to the front. Oh, and Commissioner Taylor is also recusing. And Angie, you were sworn in?
Ma'am.
Okay, and if you would just hit the button to make it green. Okay, perfect. Okay. This next application is 1329 Lafayette Avenue. It is an application in 2 parts, an accessory structure and front porch changes. The applicant is proposing to expand a small front stoop to a full width uncovered, so a full width veranda or terrace. And there are footprint dimensions there. There's a bit of a interesting connection because the existing front stoop is rounded, and how the new terrace connects is shown on subsequent pages. And then proposed materials are red brick tile to match existing. There's a new accessory structure proposed at the rear of the property. And I will start on, Angie, do you want me to, where do you want to go? You want to start on 13? Showing the location. And just a quick note, the trees located here are heritage trees, and heritage trees are not in the commission's purview. So you do not have to consider those in your discussion. Okay.
Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Charlotte, 28208. So thank you. Last month, we presented this as a workshop project and got some feedback from staff regarding some fenestration, site sections, and examples of similar or conditioned porches. So I'm going to start the project with the front porch, if you will, so the site plan. What we're trying to do is extend the front stoop, front porch to the side porch, because right now there's no connectivity and it is a front porch community. And so they do want to add a front porch. The radius at the front creates somewhat of a challenge. So we have to work with radius points. Thus, that's the reason the front porch is not aligned with the outermost tangent point of the arc of the existing front stoop. Also, too, it is currently painted, and the addition of the front stoop, which would be one step lower, 8 inches lower, would not conflict with the radius of the front porch, but it does tie into the side porch on the left-hand side of the house. It is going to be broken red tile, as Christy mentioned. The existing front porch does have a row-lock, brick row-lock with broken tile. On the side porch, though, it is a red brick or brick row-lock with slate, but we are not going to do slate on this. It'll be a broken tile. So that's the front porch. There were some examples. I know that it's not an uncommon feature. It's just not really addressed in some of the homes that are adjacent. But I did provide some examples, and I know that there was comment that 908 Mount Vernon was new construction built in 2004. But the house itself was built, but then the front porch, I wasn't quite sure because the front porch extension is not there in 2012.
You can probably drop that, Angie, because we're looking historic to historic.
I know.
Right? So focus on the historic houses.
So the only one historic home that I would then would be 1515, I think, which is that correct?
I think it's 1508
1508.
is the address, but
Pulled
yeah.
out 1515. But
Yeah.
that does have,
It does.
they're in the neighborhood, and it does have an extended front porch across the entire breast of the house, if you will. So that is the front porch. The second part of the project is the accessory structure. The 2-car garage with accessory living above is set back in the back left corner of the property. It's shorter, lower than the existing house. If you see the site section, and I am going to apologize, this site section still had the incorrect fenestration, but the fenestration on the accessory structure is a 6/6, as you'll see in the elevations of the accessory structure. So I'm pointing that out.
Slide 14.
Slide 14, excuse me. So slide 14, you can see that the house is roughly 30 feet in height. It's a 2-story colonial brick. And then the accessory structure is at 24 feet, which is the max height allowed per zoning as for accessory structures. The fenestration was simplified based on some of the workshop comments in slide 24. So minimized fenestration and less complicated. There is a balcony, like a Juliet's balcony over the doors. So in the bottom of slide 24, the front elevation, you'll see that slight Juliet's balcony that is there. It's not a major part of the construction, but it is a feature. The dormers are not coplanar with the thermal walls. They are set back in, and the ridge is lower. So the shed dormers sit lower than the ridge. The doors and windows yet to be specified. We can work with staff on manufacturers for that. And as far as like handrail detail brackets, if we can work with staff on the particulars of that. But it's height, scale, width, size are all in proportion to the main house and sit on site. So can we go back to the site plan for a second, Christy? I'm sorry. one of the first.
She went
slide-
13 or 14.
Um, 13, let's go to slide 13, where it shows there is an existing garage that is adjacent to the pool. It's very, very close to the pool actually right now. And the intent is to slide the garage to the back left corner, giving the pool some breathing room. There are 2 heritage trees, and that is something that we can work with urban forestry on for tree protection and build with around the root base. So that's it. I will ask for any comments.
All right, anyone on to speak for or against?
No, no one. Okay.
All right, commissioners, questions for the applicant, Commissioner Wojcik?
Thank you. Hi, Angie. Thanks for bringing the project back to us. I had a question. When we did the workshop last month, did we talk about offsetting the porch, from the right side and the left side?
We did.
Okay.
And then there was some of the other projects that I presented, not being historic, but the other projects that we had presented were to the ends of the walls. So they weren't offset foundations.
Right.
So on the far right side and far left side, we did align the brick. However, we can set them in a course, 8 inches or so, so that you don't have to course the brick at that corner, in the corners, inside corners.
My only thought on that is if it was there originally, we would expect it to be lined up. But even though it is a consistent historic element, I feel like it should be offset because it was not originally there. I feel like it's contextually correct, but if somebody were to look at it in the future, they would be more likely to know that it wasn't original if we offset it. So I personally would prefer that if you're okay with it. And then obviously we can talk about it, but
I can concur with that because then in the logistics of it, you're not having to weave the brick or tooth the brick in, and there's a logical stop and start to
Right.
the inside corners of unpainted brick versus painted brick.
okay.
So
But
I
I think at least
adjust
4
that.
inches, if there's something on site that you're like, oh, this makes more sense because of the way that the bricks will tie in or something like that. But I think it needs to be at least 4 inches. If you think 8 is better, but we can,
And we can, if you'll allow us to get that resolved with the contractor.
Sure.
Then we can come back to staff and say we won't be any less than 4, but we might be 8 or 12, depending on the coursing of the brick that's there.
okay.
Would that be okay?
Yeah, fine with me. I mean, we can, I'll talk about it when we discuss, but I thought that was kind of important. That's important to me. And then I have a question about the garage, and I know, it's not our purview for the interior items, but is there a reason that the first floor has an 11-foot, 8-inch ceiling height?
Yeah, there's a car lift.
Okay, I thought that's what you were gonna say. Okay. The dormer pitches, what are those? They look like a 212. I don't see it. I didn't see it anywhere. Doesn't mean I didn't miss it, but
Well, 212 would be the minimum
okay.
with the ice and snow guard.
So you'd use the shingle with an ice and snow
We
guard?
would. It would
Okay.
not be a metal roof. We would use an ice and snow guard.
I don't,
So it's going to be 2.5. Yes.
okay. And then my other issue with the fenestration was I just feel like there's too many of those little windows. Like I know you're probably responding to our typical response of fenestration and break up the planes and that sort of thing. But when I look at this structure, those little windows on the front, the side, the back, they seem not necessary to me.
Okay, so this kind of goes to the previous case. It's so far back and those windows really are to respond to possible staff recommendations for fenestration on a blank wall. Honestly, they're not needed but I think there's one in a bathroom that is minor.
On the left.
So the one below the stairs, obviously, no, not needed, but does let light into the garage. So
Okay.
if it would be a discussion point amongst commissioners to remove windows, I have no problem with that. I know they want as much light as possible.
Right.
But the smaller windows are fine.
Okay. And then the last, the doors that go into the garage on the first floor underneath the balcony, are those sliding doors or French doors or what is that?
If you will go to the floor plan, I can tell you what they are.
Oh, sorry. I should know that I can do
They are a sliding door.
that. So I'm looking at it from an aesthetic standpoint to an extent, but I don't think that we'll get those approved I mean, I guess maybe we don't have the same egress requirements because it's not heated square footage, but is that something that from a building standard,
We can change the doors to swing doors.
okay.
Um,
I was assuming you were trying to align them so that the bottom was the same as the top, but I'm just wondering if at the end of the day, that's gonna be acceptable.
So if we do need to modify the doors, we can work with staff on that. I think the aesthetic from the outside, I know that bypass doors have a meeting rail in the center
Yeah.
or the style that meets, but other than that, they would aesthetically look the same. And
Okay.
there is a French door on the house, but I think it's just a single French door in the back of the house.
Okay. No, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Barth?
Angie, the dormers on the second floor, there seems to be a lot of roof volume up there, and, we may get into this in our deliberation. But I think it's contributing, pretty heavily to the just overall massing of this building. Haven't really come to a decision in my own head yet, but curious if you would be open to just reducing, a foot, maybe two on the sides and the just on all sides of the dormer, just to make them read more like a dormer, giving more eave height to give us more of that pedestrian scale that we like to see on these structures, and just making that structure feel a little bit more subordinate to the main house.
Well, it is definitely subordinate to the main house, just in massing, because it's a two-story colonial with a very large addition. I'm going to refer you to the roof plan, if you don't mind, of the, on slide 27. So the roof is actually quite simple. It is a gable, front facing, rear facing, but because there is an offset in the back right corner, the shed extends down to the right. And then in order for there to be a cross gable, the cross gable is on the right. So to, bring those walls in a few more inches, I don't think would be a burn, but it is something that we could consider. So I think, is that what you're asking, the gable on the right?
Gable, yeah, really both. I mean, essentially, what we have here is not really a main gable. I mean, it's almost all the way consumed by the dormers and what you have going on the second floor. So essentially, from the form of the ADU, especially on the top portion, what we're looking at is a two-story structure. Just because those upper walls come practically out to the thermal wall of the lower floor. So, just a little bit of a reduction on all around on the dormers, I think would really help this, just from my perspective.
Well, the stairs are a factor because I can't move the stair wall in.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the stairs don't work. But I do understand what you're saying. The front and the back gables there's no break in plane. It's just a gable, right? So the first floor and second floor are aligned. And then the dormers on the left and the right do step in quite a bit, actually. If you can, bottom of slide 25, I'm just going to point. Here. So they are set in from the thermal wall
Here, but not here.
Because of the stair.
because of the stairs.
Right.
So that is the concern is the stairwell. And but that's the only condition, and it's behind the gable that is on slide 24, please.
Mhm.
Here. So the gable's actually false. The shed is the main roof. So if you follow the lines, and I'm going to point again on slide 24.
Angie, take your mic with you if you decide to speak at the.
The gable is false. So the main roof is the shed, and because of the stairs, that's the detail. But we can
Okay.
consider shifting in a little bit.
Yeah, I totally get the stair shaft, whatever you want to call it. You know, just because you have to get up there, and then, you know, if you shift everything and then it becomes wasted space. But anyway, just to comment, you know, I'm not saying that all the other board members will have a issue with it, just something that I'm kind of mulling over. And then while we're here on this left elevation, we only have the one window. And maybe you spoke to this, but we only have the one window down there. Curious if you'd be open to doing more down there just to break up that elevation.
Yes, it is in the garage, but again, it goes to the back left corner of, you know, it's shoved into the back left corner of the property. And currently the garage is only, I think, 3 feet to the property line. So this would be further in. Yes, we can add more windows on the lower level if we need to. It does affect the shop space internally, but we can consider adding another window.
Okay.
All right. Other questions for the applicant? Other questions before we close for deliberation? All right, we are now closed for deliberation. All right, Commissioner Wojcik.
Sorry. So my first question is if anybody feels the way that I do about the front porch. And I think I said why I feel that way, but I want to make sure that I'm making sense to everybody. And then I also wanted to just kind of play off of what Chris just said about the shed dormers on the garage structure. I think I was gonna ask Commissioner Barth, can you clarify? I think I know what you were saying about the shed dormer, but were you asking it for it to step in front and back or side to side?
Both.
Okay, yeah.
I think it's just, you know, the way this reads, especially on this elevation that Christy's highlighting, it's a 2-story structure. Now we have the eave lines of the gable end and the slope side breaking that up, but it's so minimal, it just seems forced to me.
Sure.
I think if there was more of you know, because, you know, all this stuff compounds because we have a taller first floor, you know, for their own reasons. And such large dormers on the second floor, the structure just becomes something so massive. I think we need some of those architectural shifts to help bring down the overall massing and feel of it.
How does everybody feel about the windows? I don't know, and normally I'm all about a window, but I feel like those little windows are so forced in the locations that they are on the front, those where the little dormers are, and then the ones underneath the stairs. And even that one on the back, it's like, you're a couple feet away from the rear property line or they just seem like they don't need to be there. And I would love to hear what you guys all think.
So I'll respond on two parts. One about your first point about the porch. I completely agree. The history of the house, the story of the house will be much easier to read if that porch is pulled in from the sides as discussed. So I fully support that. Regarding the windows, I've heard both, y'all talk about both more fenestration and less in a couple of places. I think that the use of small windows under the steps is actually pretty common in a lot of the older structures. I don't know if it's particularly common on the ADUs that we've looked at. But I think it does make sense again in the story of the use of the structure that one can read from the outside. Given that I don't have a strong opinion on how they're arranged, it looks a little fussy in some places, but it doesn't seem incongruous with the purpose and design of the building.
I'm curious for staff's take, and particularly Candace's take on this subject, because I get what we're trying to do here. We're trying to differentiate between the historic parts of the porch and the new parts. Am I correct? And I'm kind of worried about how that impacts tying in this new element to the existing brick. You know, how the brick matches, how the coursing matches, all that. So it sounds like they're going to be sensitive to that. But are we kind of shooting ourselves in the foot by doing this move to, I don't know, what is your take?
I think it's going to be like two independent things. I wouldn't necessarily tie in the new porch to the existing foundation too much, just so that it's reversible if it needs to be. And I think that the existing porch is painted. And so when you pull the sides of the new porch in, you'll see the painted existing as opposed to the unpainted new. And it'll help with reading, as your fellow commissioners have already stated, the history of the house.
Okay.
Does that help?
And then as for the windows, can we go back to the accessory structure, please? I agree with the other commissioners' comments about the tiny windows under the stairs. I kind of like them, honestly, but that's just personal preference. If you scroll down, yeah, I'm a little concerned about I kind of agree with these AD or these accessory structures. I personally have found examples where, well, I won't get into that, but where we're close to the property line, I'm kind of okay with doing less fenestration there, except for when we get on the upper story. So I want to, I would want to see more breaking up of the rhythm, particularly of that dormer. All that considering, what do we do with those dormers? So this gets into our motion. And then on the rear elevation, the one awning window or the smaller window on the left-hand dormer, it seems like it's kind of just floating up there arbitrarily. I might want to see that placed a little bit differently. It looks like it's potentially in a stairwell. So it's kind of shoved up there in the corner. May want to see that pulled more into the field of the siding a little bit more, but again, these are all small tweaks.
Other comments? I don't think I have anything different to add than what's been said. Other thoughts?
I would just kind of second Commissioner Barth's, I think it was Commissioner Barth's comment on the main floor. I can't remember which other commissioner said that we might want to add, might suggest adding more fenestration on the first floor. I think if that was done and then you have the fenestration that's in the dormer on the second floor, it starts looking less like an accessory structure because that's a lot of windows. So I think as currently designed, that first level, single window on that elevation makes sense to me. And then on the front elevation of the garage, some of the recommendations in regards to pulling the dormers in a little bit, if that is a tack that the applicant chooses to take, I think that sort of takes care of those windows, those tiny windows that are set up towards the corners on the left and right. And I do agree that bringing that wall in a little bit on the dormers would help reduce the scale of that second level and contribute to it appearing more as a secondary and accessory structure.
Yeah, so I think that when we make our motion or decision, we need to make sure to specify that. I do agree. Maybe we haven't spent enough time. I know Commissioner Barth mentioned it and now Commissioner Sullivan, that we'll want, my personal opinion, to address scale, because I do think that that is something that needs to be addressed since this is a accessory structure and should be, it is secondary, but it needs to make sure that it reads as secondary. That we call that out for the applicant to address. Other items, so we have the front porch, bringing that in. I know the applicant said that they were fine. We were fine with 4 inches a minute each side. And then as far as the accessory, and it remained unpainted, of course. And then as far as the accessory structure, to address the scale, bringing in the dormers a bit. And what were the other sticking points? I think we went different directions with the windows. So to me, let's let the bringing in of the dormer walls maybe address some of those small window issues. Anything else that we want to?
The door should not be a sliding door.
The door shouldn't be a sliding door.
Can you say that?
I don't know that they'll allow it from a building standpoint. I think it might need to be modified, but I don't know that for fact. I'm just going off of experience.
So perhaps we leave that to them coming to working with staff on the
Yeah,
door.
I think that makes sense.
And they have a number of things they'll need to work with staff on, specifications on the windows, doors, trims, brackets, and all that stuff. So it sounds like we kind of know where we are. Do we have a motion that anybody wants to float?
I think I can do one.
Okay, we'll help you out. Bless you.
I'm looking for. Okay. So I'd like to create a motion to continue. Well, should we break it up?
Yeah, I think that we can, if we, since it has 2 distinct components, perhaps we can break it into 2 parts.
Okay. I would like to make my first motion to approve the expansion of the front porch with the condition that the sides step in from the existing foundation of the house and that the brick remain unpainted based on porches 4.8 standards 4.8 and Secretary of Design standards 2.5. Yeah.
Okay. Did we want to say how much it needs to step in? Minimum?
A minimum, the offset should be a minimum of 4 inches, but should correlate with the coursing of the brick of the existing foundation.
All right.
So to be determined on site with staff.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Wojcik, seconded by?
Second.
seconded by Commissioner
Holtz.
Holtz. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor. Oh, no.
Recused.
Recused. Commissioner Bell
Yes.
and Commissioner Hawkins. Vote to approve with conditions of part 1 passes 7-0.
And then I'd like to make a motion to continue the second section, which references the accessory structure. And that we would like to request the applicant to study the massing of the dormers to reduce the scale of them so that it appears that those shed dormers are actually dormers and not creating a 2-story structure. So creating a step back from the front and the sides. I think that it's reasonable that the rear, based on the function and design, would not be able to be modified because of the way that it's laid out. So I'm going to take that all back again. Wait a minute. Okay, here we go. Sorry about that. So, I was too specific. So we would just like the applicant to review the massing of the second floor dormers and roof lines to reduce the scale of the structure.
And did you want to add some standards? It's massing is 8 and
Six.
scale 6.10.
6.8 and 6.10 per design standards.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Wojcik, seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion on the motion?
Can I add an amendment that with the restudy of the dormers on the second floor, that the applicant additionally put more analysis into the fenestration rhythm? I don't know how to put this without influencing design, such that,
That's enough. You need more
Okay.
analysis.
I
Yeah,
was gonna say such that the rhythm is consistent with historic structures in the district, but,
perfect. Yeah.
okay. 6.17.
I accept.
Amendment accepted and accepted. Any further discussion on the motion?
We cited our 6 of the design standards, but not accessory structure standards. Is that okay?
You are correct. Do I do a friendly reminder to my own,
Yeah.
or do I just add it? I'd also like to add accessory structures 8 is it
1-0.
10 of our standards.
Accepted.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. Any additional discussion? All right, let's vote. On part 2. Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to continue passes 7-0. Part 2 continues 7-0. Thank you, Angie.
Okay, our next application is 1433 The Plaza, and I believe the applicants are in the room. And we'd also like to welcome back Commissioner Taylor and Commissioner Kerm to the meeting. Okay, again, this is 1433 The Plaza. This application was continued from the October 30th meeting for a number of items. The applicant has provided an updated plan set with some new design revisions. Staff feels that the design elements are well done. However, there are a few tiny, there's a few revisions that are still needed. One, especially look at this front dormer. Maybe it needs to be pushed back off of the front thermal wall a bit. And staff also feels that the right side is, while it still needs tweaking in terms of fenestration, is much more successful than the left side. The applicants are here. If you could state your name and addresses for the court reporter and make sure you speak loudly and into the mic. Have you been sworn in?
We're not.
And we need to be sworn in. Thank you.
All right. And this is also for anyone else on the line or in the room that recently joined us in the room. If you could raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
I am Ashley Durrance. My current address is 6205 Carnegie Boulevard, apartment 204, Charlotte 28211.
And I am Brian Lapointe. My address is 1160 Market Street in Fort Mill, 29708.
Okay. If you'd like to tell me where you'd like to start, and we'll go from there. If you go towards the screen, just make sure to bring your mics with you.
Understood. Okay. We can stay where you are right now.
Okay.
As I stated, I'm Brian Lapointe, representing the applicant and homeowner, Ashley Durrance, as her architect. This application proposes the construction of a new residence and detached garage at the
Brian, if you
corner
could-
of the plaza and School Street.
Brian, if you could project into the mic. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Try.
Okay.
All right. If you'll indulge me for a minute to rehash a little bit of our previous presentation, October 30th. We tried to make the case that Ashley is undertaking a very challenging project to design and build a normal-sized modern home on an extremely small and confining wedge-shaped lot. Within the setback limits, she's left with a buildable area of 1,820 square feet, in which we're arranging a modest three-bedroom home with 2,215 square feet of conditioned space and 353 square feet of porches. With nearly half of the required space needing to go upstairs due to property constraints, our previous design was working very hard to fit into the tightest envelope, tucking second floor rooms under clipped ceilings and springing the roof from 5-foot tall knee walls. Dormers were selectively inserted where needed for ceiling heights, window placement, and to modulate the building scale. The resulting building form led us to embrace American Craftsman as the most appropriate architectural style to adopt for this project. We're convinced that no other style described in the design standards would have been suitable for the emerging massing and design direction, nor for Ashley's personal preferences. So the commission sent us back to the drawing board to address a range of concerns. Most critically, we needed to revisit the massing and its relation to the declared architectural style, as well as its contextual fit within Plaza Midwood. We needed to modulate the height if possible, adjust some material selections, refine our window grid patterns, and enhance the pedestrian view along School Street. Today, we bring a new design direction for your consideration. We've taken the top off the prior design and created an entirely new approach to the second level, to the building massing and the roof forms. Guidance from the staff and commission made clear that our Craftsman bungalow neighbors are a model of what is considered appropriate. And we think we've made positive strides to address your prior comments and concerns. Our intent is to be arriving at a design for a house that could have been built in Plaza Midwood 90 years ago, like the other houses around us. So if we could go to slide 7, please. This slide's a reminder of the immediate context, showing the 10 houses within a 360-degree view of our house. The emphasis here mostly had to do with a comparison of building heights per standard 6.9, showing that 5 of the 10 houses are taller than our proposed height. Notice that Ashley's property falls at the boundary between larger parcels of homes found to the north and east along the plaza, and smaller ones to the south and west. And I apologize that there's a little graphic glitch in the placement of our footprint on the corner lot. We can move to slide 8, please. Ashley's 0.12 acre property is the smallest anywhere on the plaza, made even more difficult to build upon by its extreme shape and setback restrictions. Back in July, this board granted approval for the existing derelict structure and outbuilding to be demolished after a 1-year stay. In October, we talked about working around the large oak tree on the lot next door, though staff indicated that we ultimately aren't responsible for the well-being of that tree.
Brian, if we can, I think the commission is well versed in this project. If we can move it forward a bit.
Okay.
Are we able to focus on the changes?
Let's focus on the changes from last meeting and the new construction. Everyone's up to speed, so we want to go to maybe slide 9 and 10 to start talking about how things have changed since last month. Thank you.
Does that mean that some of the design factors that we talked about last time are stipulated this time?
Well, I think it's time for you just to present and show, kind of like Angie did before you. Here's how
Okay.
things have changed from last month. So
Yeah.
with slide 10, you can see where you were at, and you've kind of alluded to this before, but
Yeah.
you've changed now to a full bungalow Craftsman. So I would just walk through your changes specifically.
Sure. Okay. Let's go to slide 9, please. Because you did ask us to evaluate the backyard for compliance with standard 8.4. So we created this diagram up at the top to demonstrate that our proposal meets the requirement for percentage of permeability in the backyard, and we're within a margin of 30 square feet. On to slide 10. So on these next 4 slides, you're going to see the former design shown on the top of the page compared to the new proposed elevations. Our initial move was to reduce the first floor ceiling height from 10 feet to 9 feet. The front roof eave drops 4 feet, removing the perception of a 1.5-story front face to the house. A true dormer is introduced above the front porch for the second floor bedroom. We've heeded the advice of staff that the house should read more horizontal than vertical. The incongruous standing seam metal roofing is removed from the porch. The primary siding is now specified to be lapped hardy artisan with a 7-inch exposure, mitered around the corners of the house. And I apologize that there's a notation error on these sheets that describes the former siding selection, but on all the drawings elsewhere, it's correctly indicated. Also, the secondary veneer is no longer board and batten, but will be using painted wood shakes with straight edge and 5-inch exposure, typical of many craftsman houses, including our next door neighbor. Let's call attention here to the windows, which were a previous issue. We're settling on the primary large double hung windows having vertical muntins in a 3/1 arrangement, consistent with the Craftsman standard and found on many homes throughout Plaza Midwood, some of which we can show you on slide 21. We contest that in this or any architectural style, it is appropriate that grid patterns are based on consistency of proportions, not merely on count of bars. So when there is a narrower window, like on that dormer, there should be fewer muntins. That's why our narrow windows like these in the dormer switch to 2/1. It's also the reason our small casements elsewhere on the house will have a single muntin. Note that the mullions between ganged windows have been increased from 4 inches wide to nominal 6 inches, as suggested by staff. To slide 11, please. American Craftsman bungalows often feature a low-pitched side-facing gable roof stretching from the front of the house to the back, as demonstrated by many of our neighbors. This is our new massing concept. However, we still have to respond to our second floor space demands. As I pointed out, we got to put almost 50% of our space upstairs. So we need to create headroom, strategically elevate some of the wall plates slightly throughout the rear of the house too. As the upstairs volume is compressed by the new roof forms, we needed to expand to capture floor area above the screen porch and mudroom in the back of the house. This rear wing is treated architecturally as an annex to the main body of the house, or with the sense that it was a historical addition, with some variations in details and veneer alignments to provide visual interest. In October, we were encouraged by the commission to improve the School Street pedestrian view with scale-reducing elements to break up the 1.5-story face. Besides the new roof profile changes and lowering all the eaves, we've added new windows along the main level and introduced a new band board to emphasize horizontality, where we can also switch our siding types. One thing we're trying to avoid is the layer cake look. So there should always be some architectural elements pushing and pulling against a prevailing horizontality. I must note here that with the new round of design changes, the house has still become taller. It was 27.3 feet tall in the previous scheme. It's now about 16 inches taller at 28.7 feet. While we've always been looking to minimize the building height, it seems to us that an authentic historical building would allow the massing to take shape naturally, and that efforts to fight against height, maybe to artificially break apart simple forms, making the house more complex, wouldn't happen historically and wouldn't be viewed favorably by this commission. So we didn't explore those types of alternatives. To slide 12, please. The rear wing shows the slight veneer material shift from the main body of the house, integrating with the porch enclosure. We've adjusted the landing at the back door as requested, eliminating a large bracket deemed incongruous and adding a boxed column. To slide 13, please. In this view, we can see the simplicity of the new roof form along with elements expressing horizontality as appropriate to Craftsman principles. Small windows respond to interior functions and address views of the unsightly house next door and its backyard shed. Ashley will look across at the neighbor's nearly blank clipped gable right side. Questions were raised in October about the scale relationship between these adjoining houses. Comparatively, The main body of our house stretches 12 feet deeper and is nearly 8 foot taller than the neighbor. So their profile is approximately 2/3 of ours. However, it's our understanding that the standards don't define context as a side-by-side relationship, and we're relying on 6.2 to govern. Back to slide 10, if you don't mind. Thank you. The commission didn't consider our detached garage back in October. We'd like to encourage you to look at it now as it has evolved in parallel with the house design. Primarily, we've rotated the gable roof to help reduce the perceived mass of the outbuilding as viewed from School Street, while addressing the back of the residence with a more attractive face. To slide 11, please. Brick veneer around the base of the around the base and embedded in the grade has been raised above the height of doors with brick soldier headers and an uninterrupted brick cap to simplify the veneer arrangement. Slide 12, please. There's an 11-foot wide by 6-foot tall painted wood sectional garage door noted here. I apologize that there is a notation error on there calling that a 12-foot wide door, but it's actually 11 feet. On to slide 14, please. These are just some additional perspective views that we provide you for clarity. 15, thank you. On the next 3 streetscape slides, we show the former design on the top of the page in comparison to the new proposed street views. I suppose everyone's familiar with these streetscapes. Let's move to 19 then. Our design incorporates typical architectural features of American Craftsman style. I can list those again if necessary. But among the things that we're highlighting on this house are our low slope roofs at 812 generally. We have 24-inch roof overhangs with 12-inch rakes, exposed rafter tails, and brackets made from 4x4s. We've got some nice tapered porch columns on brick piers. And as I said, we're switching over to 7-inch Hardie artisan lapped siding, straight edge wood shakes. We've got brick foundation walls and asphalt roof shingles all over the house. Couple other specs for the project. Windows and patio doors are clad wood with simulated divided lights and grills between glass. Using the Sierra Pacific Westchester series. We got that brand from a list provided by staff, but we're certainly willing to switch to a different manufacturer to avoid the reapproval process. We've also made some alterations to our window casings. As indicated in the lower drawing, our mullions between windows are now 6 inches wide nominally. And we've altered our sill detail to be a 2-inch thick sloped sill that runs a little bit past each jamb. On to slide 21, please. Here we're showing a handful of the many American Craftsman style homes scattered throughout Plaza Midwood. We're borrowing many of the details that are seen here. Almost all these homes date back to the beginning of the neighborhood, though a few have undergone recent additions that were acceptable to the board. We've added a few examples to focus on window precedents, which have become a focus of staff, showing 3/1 and 4/1 window grids. Those are highlighted here by circles drawn around the photos. Particularly on the right side of the screen here, these are all craftsman houses, mostly over on Thomas Street, which have 3/1 or 4/1 grids. There's even a couple of examples that have single muntins, like the one here at 2112, the plaza. We could demonstrate a couple others if necessary. Lastly, slide 22. Our floor plans demonstrate that this really is a house of modest size without unnecessary or oversized spaces. We anticipate the commission's understanding that any new home built in today's marketplace, even when inserted into a historic neighborhood on a tiny lot, must meet a certain threshold of size and value to be considered feasible. Ashley's here now doing the hard work and making the investment to remove the decrepit building on that lot and replace it with a beautiful addition to her Plaza Midwood community. And I thank you for your attention and consideration. Ashley has a couple of comments.
You might. Okay, sure. I'll be quick. I just wanted to add and thank Brian for all of his continued work. We've been at this now. I think we started last January, putting our heads together and getting started on this. So I'm excited for 2025 and the fact that we get to demo in July and really start to see this come to fruition. It's been a long time. I am a member of this community. I've owned a house. I look forward to moving into this. This will obviously be personal residence. I'm in real estate, so I know how important it is to the district and to this neighborhood to breathe more life into this pretty visible corner of a very prominent street in the historic district of Plaza Midwood. I just want to mention, and I think Brian talked about it briefly, but we did, after our October 30th meeting, we, again, had another 45-minute to an hour Zoom with the staff so that we really could make sure that we had a true understanding of all of the bullet points and all of the conversations and challenges from the last meeting, so that we came today with our best foot forward and so that we can kind of continue to move forward and hopefully get your approval on most everything and maybe just some minor things at this point that need tweaking so that we can continue to move forward and march forward in getting these to the permit process. I think as far as one more thing, I know before we kind of get cut off and don't talk anymore, going back to the windows and Brian's point about we really took the second floor off and sort of started over. That included the floor plan inside, which to me initially was hard to hear because I loved my second floor plan initially, and I've grown to love this new version of it. But with the new roof line has really challenged us for window placement upstairs. So as you continue to look at that, I would encourage you to also just reference or feel free to question back to us if we can help answer a question. That very last slide where it shows the floor plan that we were trying to get at least one window into each bedroom as we had to kind of change that floor plan on the second floor. I guess it's the left side that faces the neighbor. I know we talked about this in the staff Zoom meeting. I think Candace brought it up and it was like, oh, that's going to be a fireplace there. So just as reference to the left side where there's the smaller windows and you kind of see those a little bit at an elevated height. Again, that is more of a view because I will be, 5 feet from my neighbor. And then, thank you, Candace.
Or slide 13.
Thank you. Sorry. Let me not turn around. The two bottom left windows here with the three, there's going to be a fireplace in between and those will be built-in shelves. So just kind of very traditional living room. That piece there, obviously the one that's sort of halfway up is our stairwell. So that is our staircase in the middle, hitting the landing and then moving up to the second floor. On the right, that is going to be a home office. And so again, just elevating those windows a little bit so I'm not just staring right at the house next door. And then upstairs, the two small windows to the left is the my bathroom, if I'm not mistaken. And then the one on the right, again, trying to get a window into that roof line on that side just to help with the I think the word is fenestration. That was a challenge last time. And spacing out the windows and the siding, that's now the laundry room, which used to be on the other side of the second floor. So again, had some challenges. I'm a big fan of natural light, so certainly wanted to get as much of that through each space as possible, but just wanted to reference that since that was some questions in the past as you guys deliberate amongst yourselves. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. I believe we had one sign up caller. No? Okay, we have no callers. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for bringing this back to us, and I will certainly thank you for making the comparisons. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so we have an in-person, not a caller. I apologize. We
Oh,
do have a
fine.
person speaking.
Okay.
Okay. If you,
No, you need to come up and use the mic over here.
have you been sworn in? Okay, that's great. Thank you. If you could state your name and your address and then your statements into the microphone by the sign in. Yes, thank you.
Hello, I'm Robert. Can I hold it? I'm Alex Simpson, Robert Alex Simpson. I'm the owner of the house next door at 1429 The Plaza. I guess first of all, I'm not here to, I approve. I think it's, I applaud Ashley for taking on this challenge. It's definitely a hard lot to work with. It's a small one, and I lived next door to that house that was there before, and that was something. So it's a tough project, and I really appreciate her taking it on. My reason for coming here today is simply because I do have a heritage tree. It's a 38-inch diameter willow oak on the back-ish middle on the property line. I think it's, that one we're circling. I don't know if it's on property line or not, but I have been told it is on my property. However, it is, I had a tree assessment done by a certified arborist last spring for the 2 pecans as well as that oak. I've been informed that they're healthy trees, and my only concern is, I guess, mitigation, tree risk management when it comes to demolition and construction. Whenever this happens, and again, I want it to happen. I'm supportive of the project. I'm here for the safety, health of the tree. My concern is, a couple years down the road, all of a sudden I've got we have a huge willow oak that is, imminently going to be dying. And last thing I want is that falling down on either the new property house or my house or, a person, hopefully not. But from what I've been told by the arborist as well as another tree company I use for tree trimmings, they basically have said, whenever these foundations are dug, it's essentially going to kill this tree. That's my only concern, is as far as mitigation of potential damage done. So I guess that's all I have. I mean, the picture there for the oak, it looks like a little bush, but it goes well over both property lines. It's pretty much right there in the middle. And yeah, I just want to, it said somewhere in the plans about talking to an arborist about, I can pull it up in a little blurb. Something about, I just was wondering if there was a plan and if so, what that is. And if it needs to be removed, then.
No, I mean, there's going to be tree protection per zoning for heritage trees by zoning. So that's a requirement, but the commission can also add their own tree protection, and staff can look for that when the final plans come in.
We can connect you. Have you talked with the tree canopy preservation staff at all about heritage trees?
Yeah, I mean, it was basically, you know, I don't know the exact, you know, it's as far as getting into the critical root zone
Yeah,
with your excavation.
Yeah.
And it,
they have requirements for protection of heritage trees
Oh, yeah.
and we will make note of this, and that would not happen until like during the permit review process. So that's kind of next steps after this, but we can certainly make sure that you're looped in and connected with them and also your neighbor.
excellent. Well, I do love the plans. It looks beautiful. I'm excited for you to get in there. So hopefully, you know, hopefully it's all approved. Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
say anything while Alex is here?
You can speak to his comments.
I'll just say, and this just popped in my head too, that currently we'll call it the garage, the second structure that's on there, Alec, now next door is over over the property line. And so when we remove the two existing structures, that's going to, not to say that, I hear what you're saying with excavation, and certainly we talked about that at our last meeting, or Brian did, when we brought up the tree. And the survey that I had done shows that it is just inside your property line. But just making note that we will actually be shifting that back garage structure back inside our property line. So that'll actually be less away from your backyard in the future.
The garage is near that pecan.
Yes, yes. And then you have,
It's that willow oak.
yes, the pecan splits the oak. Yes. Yes. And given the branch that's currently on the existing house, and, you know, I've been back there and had conversations with Brian and the builder as well when we cross that bridge. So I'm happy to partner on certainly making sure that we salvage anything that needs to be tree saved. And then if there doesn't need to be any cleanup, you know, certainly willing to partner with you on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Over to you.
All right. As I was saying, thank you for bringing this back and making, addressing the comments that the commission had and that staff had. I thank you for sharing the kind of the plans or the layout. I will say, and this will probably come up in deliberation, the window in the staircase seems a little odd to me. And so again, it'll come up in deliberation, and maybe some of our fellow builders and designers and architects can help out with that. But I'm curious if there was an idea or a thought or a different option that didn't span both floors.
I think an alternative to what we've shown always compromises somewhere. It's either placed high so that it brings daylight into the second level and then you can't see out from the landing. Or if you drop the window to the landing, it feels like it's misplaced on the wall and then the second floor doesn't get any daylight. So our goal here was to kind of find a composition of windows that aligned or related to the second floor window placement, as well as tying in the landing for view and daylight.
If I may, bungalows, you know, it's odd, but it is common to have a window at the landing, like at the floor of the landing. We've done that before. But also take a look at old pattern books, like Sears Roebuck houses.
Yeah.
And see if you can find an example of a similar type of window as you're suggesting. Things like that go a long way with the commission and allowing them to approve maybe some of these more, you know, creative solutions. So, you know, that would be a recommendation we have.
Yeah. Well, in October, the commission had trouble with the window floating down by the landing. So we were really asked to reconsider it once already.
Sure. Yeah. Well, this is an iterative process. So, but anytime you can provide examples of historic building plans that show this. Like, that's a huge help to the commission.
I don't think it's on the floor either. Correct me if I'm wrong, Brian. Isn't it at a normal, does it start at a?
Yeah, it's about 2.5 feet above the landing.
Okay.
And we
Certainly
have
open
some,
to-
and we have some winders there, so, yeah, we can only go so low.
Okay. And then my only other comment before I pitch it over to the other commissioners is on the accessory structure.
Mhm.
Any particular reason why you stopped the brick where you do? Is there any opportunity to just make it brick veneer and just, because it stops at an interesting point. Ideally, to me, it just seems like we would typically find that brick around maybe where the foundation is.
Mhm.
And so just curious if there's an opportunity to, just keep going, or what the.
Yeah, that brick's been moving around a lot. So right now it corresponds with where our foundation walls, particularly on the front face of the garage nearest to the house, are embedded into the grade. We had a lower brick situation that resulted in some strange detailing around the doors where there was a sudden transition into casing, and it felt a bit choppy. So we did come up a little bit for the reasons of simplifying that and making a more orderly solution. We also had some guidance early in the process that suggested that brick wouldn't have been used too much on a craftsman style home. So we really needed to find a point where we transitioned to the common siding that we use on the house. So that's the primary reason we changed materials at some point.
Okay, fair enough. And is it acting as like a retaining wall of some sort?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. It is on the back face, and you can
Okay.
see on the School Street side.
Mm-hmm.
There's the grade profile that you can see on the School Street side. The backyard steps down, the
Mhm.
staircase brings you down to the garage door. There might also be some question about why the roof is placed that high, and it really has to do with your headspace as you walk from the backyard out to that staircase. You can see on the next slide back, number 10, I believe, that, the human scale there
Mhm.
is that's kind of dictating what's happening. Ashley's intent is that is just a loft or an attic, a storage loft or an attic above her one-car garage. There's no habitable space that could go in there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Commissioners, other questions?
I wanted to say the height is a huge issue for me. We asked you to bring it down and you've raised it by 16 inches instead.
Mhm.
I appreciate the other elements that you've done in the way you took our commentary, but I think in relation to the context, and as you said, this is the point at which houses become smaller as they move down the plaza. I think that I think it's still too out of scale in that way.
All right, Commissioner Barr?
First off, I'd like to commend you all. I mean, this is the evolution of this just in one meeting has been fantastic. I think going through my list of the comments that we had from last meeting, you all have checked off most of them. I too have some concerns about the height, but I'm not completely settled on it yet. A few comments related to that. We have a American 4 square directly across the street, across School Street, which you note is taller. We have a very short house bungalow next door, so that presents a unique challenge. And as you've mentioned several times, it's a unique lot. It's a very tight lot. And for modern living, that's been a huge challenge for you guys, and I empathize with that. I'm sort of curious. you know, we've heard from your neighbor too. That certainly helps, but it's not a, you know, it's not a sure, you know, answer. You know, people move, that sort of thing.
Sure.
I will say that, you know, me personally, and it sounds like some of the other commissioners potentially might want a little bit more analysis into that height. Without designing it, I think there are some things that could be done. You've mentioned clipped gables next door. I think that could help, you know, without lowering the ridge, that could help provide at least the visual appearance. You know, we're talking about scale reducing techniques, pedestrian environment, that could help that. You know, changing roof forms just in part of the house. You know, I'm not going to design it for you, but you know, that could help.
I wish
It's a
you
stark
would.
contrast from the house next door. So
It would be helpful if you know the answer. See, my speculation would be that a clipped hip wouldn't be approved by you guys because it's not a pure element of the style.
I'm sorry,
know,
this isn't a design discussion. You were
Okay.
Sorry.
offering suggestions, which thank you for that. There are many ways to address the concerns of the commission. Commissioner Barth was offering a couple, but they cannot, you know, direct you on exactly what to do. He's just encouraging you to think outside the box. So if we
correct,
could
yeah.
keep going.
I apologize.
That's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah. So, you know, I would want to look at that. I would just say, look for other ways. Historic craftsmen have handled the height issue. You know, there's quite a lot of attic space up there. I'm sure something can be done is the reason for my comment. With regard to another thing that I noticed too, and staff did, is that left elevation. You know, personally, I mean, I kind of like the taller window in the stair hall. There are some historic examples in like you know, like Elizabeth that are bungalows. I don't know that we could use that necessarily, but again, you know, I'm guessing that this, you know, we may be coming back to see some of these smaller elements that we have issues with looked at. So look at how those were handled, you know. You know, a lot of times on those gable ends, they're dressed up or, you know, something. Anyway, that's for you to research. And I like what you did with the brick. I think it's a vast improvement on the accessory structure. I agree with everything you said. You know, to me, this is like an embanked garage. Could have had a flat roof that was added on top of at some point, right? So that's a good move. Other than that, I am a little concerned. I see what you did there with the, you know, the gables stepping back as you go from front to back on the lot. You know, and talking about the height and everything else, I know why you did it. You know, you're trying to get headspace in the second floor. But do have a little bit of concern that we're getting back to the point where we have that 1.5 story, close to 2-story wall space on the School Street side, just in where the eaves are, and you know, looking at that. But that elevation along School Street is much improved. I think we're like pretty close to there from my perspective at least. So
Thank you.
Commissioner Wojcik? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. You guys had a slide that was a site plan of the neighborhood that specifically had all the houses that were taller noted on it.
Yeah, that's slide 7.
Yeah.
No,
can-
excuse me, slide.
That one? With our 360 view?
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
can't see that. I apologize. I mean, if I remember correctly, I mean, all of those houses are taller, correct?
5 out of the 10 are taller than ours.
Okay,
Yeah.
so could,
They're also all on larger lots on another part of the neighborhood. The neighborhood as it developed
oh,
was,
it's a 360 view.
yes, the neighborhood as it developed had the larger lots and the taller homes, and then transitioning to the smaller houses on the smaller lots.
Okay, but our requirements say that we take into consideration 360 degrees.
Correct.
So,
These are the 6 across the street and 2 on each side to the
yeah,
right and left.
so those are within the purview of what we're using as context.
I understand.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to make sure because the way that it sounds, you guys are taller than everything else and you're not. So,
That's our point of view.
yeah,
Correct.
okay. Thank you.
All right, what about the, I'm actually gonna ask you, what about the dormer on the front?
I was just about to.
Okay, go ahead.
Staff, I think Candace brought this up in her, her, the beginning part, presenting introducing you guys, excuse me, I can't talk, coming off the holidays. The front dormer, I think you guys would agree or be open to this too. Tell me if you're not. But frankly, we'd probably request that you do this. Just pushing the front wall of that dormer back just a little bit so that it doesn't align with the thermal wall of the lower level. And what that does too for us is, I guess it's off the shed roof of the front porch. Curious to hear your response to that. Are you guys open to that? Is that something that we could look into?
Is there a historical basis for that?
Yes, typically dormers don't sit directly on the thermal wall below. They don't come over the roof porch or the porch roof like it does in this example.
Can you show the side view, Candace, how we
Yeah.
can see it? Thank you. Right.
Or even the, on slide 14, the perspective view.
I can also direct you to some houses down the plaza where we don't have that condition. And this is always an option for you guys, as we mentioned with other aspects of the design. Show us if you guys want to not agree with that point. Show us an example of where it does what you're doing exactly. I'll tell you, look at 1627, the plaza.
I think also 1425, which is on slide 21. 1425, the plaza has the dormer setback from the.
I think that actually shows the dormer aligned with the thermal wall, but there's a window bay underneath it that projects forward. I also see dormers sometimes that fly out over the porch. Why don't we do that?
I don't think that's original.
So-
Those could,
Sorry.
Yeah, 1425.
Yeah.
yeah,
Well,
those could all be additions. Again, this is not for us to discuss in this setting.
mhm.
We're giving you things to consider, things that we're going to deliberate on. You're welcome to comment, but this is, we're not here to design it in this meeting. We're here to give you feedback and have you guys either come back to us with stuff or, we're working towards an approval project here. We're working with you. We're not trying to,
Yes.
red mark your thing intentionally. This is just part of the process.
Done.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Other questions before we close for deliberation? All right, let's go ahead and close for deliberation. So let's go ahead and Commissioner Barth, not to put you on the spot, but I think you went through the reasons for continuation and kind of saw where the applicant had addressed those items and maybe there were some gaps. Do you want to talk about what those gaps still are?
I don't mind being on the spot. Well, I'm just going to go through one by one.
Okay.
Since that would probably be the easiest thing to do if we go to the top. Context. They provided historical examples in the neighborhood as it relates to this project, craftsman examples. Some of which had additions to over time and fairly recent. But I think, that at least from my perspective, that satisfied my need just doesn't relate to some of the architectural styling. And I think this reads in how they redesigned this next iteration of the project, with some caveats, obviously. They did look at studying the massing with the neighbors. They did compare this, like I said, to the architectural styles and reflect that in the current design. Number 3, explore reducing the height, which obviously they did not do. We got taller. Height related to neighbors, we saw that exploration in the Zotwell surveys, as well as the height analysis they did with the context map. They did provide a good number of scale reducing techniques. I think in some areas, we'd probably want to see, 1 or 2 more sort of conditions added or tweaked just to alleviate some of that. They did restudy the roof form and massing. They got rid of the metal roof. As they mentioned, the second floor was completely redesigned. So I think the dormer issue that we had from the previous meeting was addressed. The ratio of siding to fenestration, as we all mentioned, much better on, I would say, at least 3 of the sides. I think we would want just a little bit more of that done on the left-hand side. Again, the next comment about the dormer, the shed dormers with the fenestration, that is no longer valid since they redesigned the upstairs. Board and batten doesn't apply. Windows and doors, 615, number 1, A through D. I think we're just referencing a guideline there, but I do agree that the fenestration is more consistent, and agree with your comments about the pane proportions, that they are much improved compared to the last style of windows on the previous example. I think the applicants pointed out the 2/1, an example of the 2/1. Don't know if it's a historic example, but like, as I said, I would tend to agree with that. It kind of depends on, if you have those tripart windows with the larger windows in the middle, larger window in the middle and the 2 smaller flanking ones, typically you see that just architecturally, not even in our district, but overall architecturally, that's kind of common. The ganged windows, great. They did that very nicely. And I think consistently from what I could tell. We have the rear yard permeability. I would like to add and see what staff would do with some of the tree protection stuff and how that works just legally, since it's a neighbor's tree. I don't know how that works, but it sounds like we'll get that handled, and they're open to mitigating some of that. I think the rest of it were just things to look at, which I believe they did, unless anybody else has comments.
And I would say this time around, we did look at and talk a bit about the accessory structure. I want to say last time that wasn't something that was discussed, and they reoriented it as well, or changed the roof.
Yeah, I think that's much improved. I appreciate the fact that they turned the roof so that the lower roof line against School Street responds to the pedestrian environment, especially since the sidewalk in that street is right there for them. And if you will, the quote unquote face of the garage is facing the direction for where it's loaded, which is the alleyway. Because that garage, I mean, not to get into all this stuff, but because the garage is partially sunken into and embanked in the slope of the terrain, which it kind of does now, the existing conditions speak to this. I'm personally, I'm kind of fine the way it's laid out, with the sort of half-story thing above, because, we also have to respect the higher side of that slope too. We can't have a roof like at the grade level with respect to the back of the house. Anyway, those are all my comments. Oh, I did have one problem, which I think I may ask staff or maybe some of the other designers. So love the new siding materials. So on the upper sections where we have this, the cedar shingles, we have corner boards. But then on the lower sections, we have mitered corners of the lap siding. I don't know that I've ever seen a historic situation where we have corner boards that stop and don't follow from roof line to foundation, essentially. So
I haven't seen it either, but like with everything else that's a bit unusual, if they can provide historic examples.
we could let it slide, but I
But
think at this
we need
point,
proof. Yeah.
yeah, at this point, I'd say we'd want to either see it mitered top to bottom, or corner board go top to bottom, because we usually don't see that condition being broken. Let's see my other notes. I think we need a brick sample, garage door material. This is some of staff notes. I think that's it for me. You know, it's mainly the height. You know, this may take a slight analysis from the roof form, you know, just how do you solve that height issue? I think that's going to be a problem for most of us. It sounds like fenestration on the left-hand side, that front door, unless they can find historic examples, the corner board, as I mentioned. Anyway, that's everything.
Any other items that Commissioner Barth didn't call out or address?
Are we closed?
Yes.
I have a couple of questions.
You want to reopen?
No.
Oh, okay.
I want to talk through the height and make sure I understand it and how it got to be higher. And I'm talking to the people that are smarter than me. So you take out that dormer on the back and you try and bring down that kind of second floor wall that was there and make that into roof form. That essentially means you've got to, they push the ridge back to get the headroom, which means that ridge height has to go up because you've pushed, your run is longer than what it was. So in a lot like this, the math has to work. I mean, you can't, I mean, I've seen it where people have made it up and the math doesn't work and it doesn't work out in the field, but to make it work here, you push the ridge back and it's gotta get taller. And you do that because you're trying to get rid of that kind of two-story look that was on the first application. So I would argue that, I don't know, you know, you can have one or the other, but you can't have both.
Both with, you can't have both with the volume she's trying to put in the second floor. And I understand wanting that kind
Or
of,
with that lot.
I understand that kind of volume, but what I'm looking at is what we see from the outside, from School Street particularly. It is the towering over School Street and
We
the
can agree
height,
to disagree, but,
the height on that lot seems incongruous to me.
I hear you, not to me, but to you. A second point is on 3.16, there's at least one example. You could argue that it's two examples, maybe, of dormers over the thermal wall.
Which slide is that?
It's not a slide, it's in our standards.
Oh, 3.16. I'm sorry.
So, I mean, just as an example, I mean, there is an example of a dormer past the thermal wall.
How do we know those aren't passed?
It's so standard. I mean, I don't know, you know.
So
It's an example in our standards.
We have no way. You're talking about the images of the example houses, 3.16?
Yeah.
We have no way of knowing if those are out in front of the thermal walls, directly over?
Yeah.
I don't see it.
Wait, look, you're looking at bungalow, you're looking at bungalows,
Turn your mic on.
3 on 1.
Turn your mic on.
3.16 shows me, where are we looking at? So, that's a different form. This is a 4 square.
That's not it.
Okay,
That.
where are you talking?
Those two, that gable that's over the front porch and that dormer right there that's over the front porch.
So, right here, this is an engaged gable. The front porch is all under it. We do have those throughout our district. This is true. Some of these hip roofs is a 1 story with a tiny little dormer. I do think we have some of these in our districts. The difference is we don't have what they are suggesting. We don't have these massive front dormers that are disconnected from the front porch in our district. Do these exist up north? Yeah, but I have not seen any in Charlotte, and they need to prove that they exist in Charlotte if this is what they want. The other issue with this is the proportion. You can see this is almost like a this is a full-size window with a full room. This proportion is just tiny. There's no living space up there. It's just an architectural feature. So again, it just to remind the commission of your role, you are here to decide if they have met your standards and if they have provided the evidence that meets your standards. And the fact that we're discussing this shows that they haven't provided the evidence to the commission to allow the commission to make their decision. So I think Commissioner Barth has given like really great feedback. I understand where everybody's coming from about height, and Commissioner Holtz was talking about how the bigger houses are in bigger lots. That's true. We do have a 360 height. That's true. We also have directional expression, and your directional expression has to match your selected architectural character, which does it or does it not? That's for the commission to decide. Staff has provided, per Candace has done a great job working on this project. We've provided all sorts of Sears Roebuck home catalog examples, all kinds of things. They have the information they need to bring back and to compile their presentation to you. We are glad to, review draft presentations if they want to work with us in the intermediary to help them get where they need to be with you. That's what we're here for. But I think where we're at is we're at a strong continuance, and we need to just let's ask them for the factual information for them to present. And if they can show us that there is a house, in Plaza Midwood that looks like this with the front dormer that sits proud of the roof of the front porch, well then, and it's historic, then there we go. We got it. Like we got what we need to say yes. But I've just been doing a quick look at Sears Roebuck houses. We have some really cool ideas that we can share with them about how to make the stair work and how to make that window work. And I think we found some other examples in the neighborhood to point them to. So we're willing to work with them and help them get where they need to be, as I think the commission is too. So.
Thank you, Christy. With that, do we have a motion?
I have a motion.
Okay. Let's do it.
Okay. I would like to make a motion to continue this application for the following items. And I may need help on guidelines, but I might do that at the end, unless somebody wants to throw them in there as I go. Number one, asking that the applicant further study the subject of height, asking that be minimized, and putting emphasis on that we cannot design it for them. And there are a number of solutions here. And segueing with that concept of height, requesting that the applicant focus on roof form, scale reducing techniques, and context regarding height, architectural style, and directional expression.
So for standards, for height is 6.9.
6.9, massing 6.8, directional expression 6.11, roof form 6.13.
And context 6.1 through 6.4.
Thank you. Context 6.1 through 6.4. Item, let's see, where do I want to go next? Similar to that, I'm going to go ahead and focus on the front dormer, requesting that the applicant push back the front wall of the front dormer so that it is behind the main floor thermal wall, as well as not overriding the porch shed roof, unless the applicant can provide historic examples in this district for the condition that they have.
And that falls under context as well.
Context 6.1 through 6.4, as well as I believe it falls under roof forms, maybe 6.14. Let's see. With the roof and height analysis, would also ask that the applicant study the rear and School Street eave heights as it relates to the roof form. As it relates to the roof form, sorry. Item number, let's see, I think I got all that. Item number 2, I'm going to move into fenestration, requesting that the applicant restudy the left elevation to providing more a better balance, of solid versus void for the fenestration across that elevation, particularly as it responds to the main floor level. Typically on these homes, we find larger windows on the main living spaces downstairs. So would request that they analyze that, as well as the stair window, looking to plenty of examples that both commissioners as well as staff have pointed out, working with the commission staff. And being able to find that will be key, I will point out. That is section
6.15.
6.15 and 6.16. While we're on that, would request that the applicant provide a spec for the garage door. And Christy or Candace or one of y'all, because this is an 11-foot door, which I know is not a typical size, does this need to read as simulated 2 doors or?
Yeah, we typically do the 2 doors.
Okay. Requesting that since this is a typical garage door size, requesting that the applicant at least represent that door as a simulated 2-door carriage style. Again, I think that's 6.15.
Accessory.
And
Or that 8.10.
yeah, also I'm going to reference 8.10 as well for accessory structures. Oh, I'm going to get there, yeah. Going into materials, would ask that the applicant either for the siding on the second floor, either mimic the mitered condition that is viewed for the left siding on the main floor, or carry the corner boards from the second floor down to the foundation, as typically seen on historic homes. Third option would be provide an example where the corner board stop at a band board and it transitions to miter board as shown in your presentation. That's material 6.18. Additionally, we need a brick sample in here of the brick you intend to use. Going into staff notes, I would actually just reference all staff notes, 1 A through F, 2 A through C, and 3 A through C, with special attention for site work. We need a fence, further fence detailing. This will go into the next review. We need dimensions of the retaining walls to be accurate and reflected on the plans. I know you reference a tree protection plan, work with staff to figure out how to mitigate some of the concerns brought up by the neighbor, and that we will likely get into as this project works towards an approval. That is section 8.5. And I think that is, I know we haven't really talked about details, like architectural details, trim, brackets, porch railings, beams, with columns. Do we save that for the next? Do we say we're just not
Yeah,
reviewing
you
that
can
at this
just
time?
state that you're not reviewing details at this time.
Okay. So we're not going to review those details at this time.
All right, we've got a robust motion by Commissioner Barth, seconded by? Second. Turn your mic on.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
No.
Commissioner Taylor,
No.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. No. Vote to continue passes 6-3. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next application is 1901 Thomas Avenue.
I
Okay, we can
think
take a break.
they need a break.
Yeah. 10 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the January 8th HDC meeting. Our next application is 1901 Thomas Avenue, and I believe the applicant is in the room. Okay, and have you been sworn in, Ron?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. This application was continued from the October 30th meeting for the items listed in the staff analysis or the applicant did provide additional revised proposal for this meeting in form of an applicant statement, rear porch drawings, front door images, and siding and foundation images. Ron, if you could state your name and address for the court reporter, and then let me know where you'd like to start.
Ron Overman, 1901 Thomas Avenue.
If you could turn on your mic, and then if you go to the screen, please bring your mic with you. If you get up to go that way.
Okay.
Okay. All right. And if you could also just keep your comments to the items that you were continued for, which again are on page 1 of the staff analysis. Okay.
Well, I think I've submitted a response to all of this. I'm just here to answer questions, I suppose, if there are any.
Okay. Would you like to say anything else about the project? No, just,
Nope.
okay. Okay. Do we have any callers or anyone in the room to speak for or against this project? No. Okay. Does the commission have any questions?
Sure.
Okay.
So, commissioners, questions, for the applicant?
So the original front door
Yes.
is gone.
Well, yes, the original front door is gone and it was probably never there during my ownership. The door that was there when I took possession was not original and had been adjusted to fit that space. There's,
Okay, so this 6-light door that we're looking at here, that's not original to the space.
it's not. I draw your attention, please, to the panels at the front of the door and the side lights. They don't really match up. And if you look at I think it's the next picture is the inside of the front door. Okay. And if you look at, draw down just a little bit further, the other way, so we can see the top of the door. There's a wedge that has been added to the top of the door to make it fit the space. It's an extra piece of wood that was added to the top. But I don't think that was the original door. Anyway, it may have been the same style. I just don't know. But
So for as long as you've owned this property, you have seen a different door in?
no, that's
No,
the only
or
door
that's
I've
the
ever
one, that's the
seen.
only one you know
That's
of.
the only one I know of.
I believe that's the door in our historic photos as well.
Yeah, yeah, well. Okay, well, I was gonna say, the wedge at the top, that could have been added due to, the house settling and moving and all that stuff. I've seen that countless times. I'm sure some of our builders who work on older homes can attest to that. But bottom line is the 6-light door and the side lights that were there before, they're gone.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Other questions for the applicant, commissioners?
A point of clarification, Mr. Overman?
Yes.
Yeah. I guess I'm looking at slide 7. If we can move to slide 7. Now, are those your notes on this page?
Yeah.
Okay, so just so I can understand sort of what we're looking at, what are those notes?
I was just making notes on the letter that I got from y'all.
Okay, and are those notes, do they reference any other, slides or images or drawings in the package?
I think the only one that references anything, this note here is about the doors.
Down
And
on
there's a
slide
photo of
9.
the inside of the door that was there
Okay, yeah. I
at the
see
beginning of
that.
my ownership. And this up here says JP submitted to Excella. Architect John Ferris had submitted new drawings for the back porch.
Slide 8 is the drawings. So item number 1 can be found on slide 8. Item number 2 can be found on slide 10. Item number 3 can be found on slide 9. And item number 4, I'm guessing, can be found on slide 10 as well. If that answers your question, Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes, thank you.
But can we walk through those then? So if we start with the first one, rear porch removal, provide a restudy of the rear elevation and a relationship of the rear porch with the dormer. So could you show us where the restudy?
I'm not sure what the term restudy means. So the area that seemed to concern, clearly concerned the commission was that with the back porch, the old back porch removed, the fact that this dormer was beyond the thermal wall was obvious. The old, if you have old pictures, original photos, you'll see that. And then, so we've added this to go back to the condition that was before, which camouflages, I suppose, this, yes. The porch was there, tucked up under the eave, but if you look at it from the side, it sort of disguised or hid the fact that this back wall of this dormer, which was probably added in the 50s, projected beyond the thermal wall. And so the redesigned porch, I think it takes us back to something very similar to what was there, but it's a little bit wider porch.
Oh,
And properly constructed.
okay, I see. So you're saying this is the new proposed,
This is the new proposal for the back porch.
okay. All right. Commissioners, questions, thoughts? Commissioner Barr?
I wasn't here in December, which is no excuse, so I apologize in advance. This wasn't reviewed in December or
No,
November.
this is a continuation
October,
from
right?
October.
Yes, which I was here for and I remember very well. What I don't see, I thought we made comments about the stone on the chimney. I don't see that anywhere in the comments, or unless I missed it. You have a question, sir?
Oh, I have a comment.
Oh, you have a comment?
Voted it down. You disapproved it.
Correct.
The stone veneer, you just approved it.
So the idea is that you're gonna work with staff to bring it back to the brick? Is that?
Correct. So you
Direction.
denied that project, and so they'll work with us. And if anything, we can't come to a conclusion, we would bring that project back to you. But that wasn't part of a continuation. That was denied.
Okay,
And
so
so
we're
we
not
moved
meant
on.
to see that aspect of
Correct.
this. Okay,
Mhm.
sorry. Getting up to speed here, yeah, that's, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions or comments about the restudied porch?
Full site plan?
I think that's right here.
I guess I have a question on the porch. Are we still open?
Yeah, go ahead.
So in the image up here on the top right, the condition where you have the dormer and then there's a return on that eave, and then just below that, that's the proposed new porch profile we're looking at?
Yes.
Yeah, so that porch is on the left, the screen porch is new, replacing the existing, and then that eave return is also new.
If I may, I don't think the eave return is new. It's just
Oh,
the
it's not.
shed roof of the porch, which
Okay.
tucks up underneath the
Oh, I see,
existing,
that is there.
the existing eave. Yeah. There you go.
Commissioner Wojcik?
So the new porch is strictly in response to our concern that the dormer would look out of place if you removed the original porch? Because it didn't seem like you wanted a porch.
We intended to come back to y'all about a back porch. You've just kind of,
Hurried it along.
yes,
Okay,
given me a real nudge.
thank you, sir.
All right, let's take a look then. So that's the porch. Then the siding, provide evidence that the siding that was removed was indeed not salvageable and needed to be replaced. And then provide the dimensions, details, and specifications for the existing original siding versus the requested replacement siding.
I looked again and there was a pile of, there was a pile of trash or lumber in the backyard, and I looked through that and there was none of that original siding was there. So I just don't have any. When the crew that took the siding off, they hauled it all away.
And what material what siding are you using here?
This is wood,
Wood siding? Okay.
all wood.
Do you have any additional details on it? Like it's the wood thickness, how far of a reveal is your lap? Similarly, like I think what we were requesting, to be completely frank, is, if you have, we know you may not have the siding anymore, right? It's gone,
No,
right?
no,
And you
no.
don't have any pictures of it, but do you have any information that would tell us what perhaps the dimensions and the lap of the siding was before, as well as we'd like to hear what you have put on there as well? Like, do you know the thickness of the material that is put on?
I believe this is 1/2 inch, but I don't have a piece with me.
Okay, like 1/2 inch, just clapboard.
Well, I believe is 5.5, which is the same reveal that was on the vinyl that was there before.
Gotcha, okay. But you don't know what the reveal was on the siding that was, the original siding that was underneath the vinyl? Okay.
Other questions about the material, siding material? So, typically that's what we are, and we'll probably talk about it in a deliberation. We either need to receive the details, the dimensions of the materials that are being used, whether it be siding, whether it be windows, trim, any of that stuff, we're expecting to see those details. Because we don't have enough information to be able to make an informed decision. So that's something that will probably come up in deliberation when we discuss this project. And then we talked about the front door. And so in older pictures, it appears that the door that was in place
Yes.
is considered the historic door. And that was the door that was in place when you purchased
Yes.
the property. And you then changed the door to what we're seeing here on the top right-hand side?
Yes.
Okay,
There are some additional panels that I've got, have inside the house that go on these, cover these on the inside and the outside.
and do we have the details for this door here? Were you, well, yeah, specifications, I mean,
Is the door all wood? Who's the manufacturer? Do you have any of that information with you?
No,
Okay.
it's all wood.
all right, and then foundation. Provide details and specification for replacement of the foundation with vents. So do we have the measure, like the height, the materials? Any specifications for the foundation?
As I found it, it was painted brick, a bit of it had been covered with some stucco or something like that. This is a picture of the original vents. And the brick that was on there. And this is across the entire back of the house and about half of the bell tier, the left side of the house. I had to take all that out to put in new piers and new foundations, proper foundations.
Okay.
So is this brick veneer still on the house currently?
This brick, this is how it looks right now on the right side of the house. And this is the front of the house. That's the back, and some of the new brick put in on top of the new foundations around the left side of the house, about a third of the way up the house, third to half of the way up the length of the house.
Okay.
So this is about 2/3 of the house, and that's about 1/3 of the house.
Question for staff.
Sure.
So is this not considered after the fact?
So at the time that we put the application together, we found out about the after the fact issues the day that we were going live.
Okay,
So yes, it is. It started out not being that way though. It started out being just the changes to the front door changes. There was a secondary door on the front elevation, and then there was a side entrance that was not original. So that's what it started out as.
okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
Go ahead.
So can you tell us again, the foundation wall was removed because the structure needed to be reconstructed?
Yes.
Okay, so it was a structural issue.
Yes, we had installed 22 new piers, and it was a masonry foundation under their quote unquote foundation, and now it's a concrete and rebar foundation, and then I've rebuilt the piers and the curtain wall on top of that.
So it's a curtain wall, okay. Do you have a structural report or documentation specifying that that work needed to be done from structural company? How'd you determine that that work needed to be done?
Well, because, well, a lot of the, when the siding came off, it was clear that a lot of the curtain wall was not in connection with the fan cell.
Okay,
And just digging deeper into that, went around and found that there was a lot of issues where things were just floating. They were not connected to the ground in any solid way.
so you didn't have a structural engineer come out and do a review. You had a company come out and rebuild it because there was visual evidence that there was gaps.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any pictures of that?
Pardon me?
Do you have any pictures of the lacking structure?
Could you hold the microphone closer to your, yeah.
I don't think we have any photos of that in this presentation.
I don't think that, I haven't seen any in what you have. I may have a couple.
I mean, that would be helpful
Mhm.
for sure.
Were the structural repairs permitted?
And yes, and inspected.
So there was a plan that you provided. Do you have that you could provide?
Yes.
That would be helpful.
Well, I mean, the plan shows that the spots where the piers need to be replaced. That's the extent of the plan. It was a handwritten drawing. It's not a CAD drawing or anything like that. Went around, found the piers and replaced them.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah. Because if it's a pier and curtain wall, that exterior wall was engaged with the structure. The curtain wall would be engaged with the pier, which
Mhm.
would impact both of those two things. So yeah, that's helpful information.
Okay, yes. All right.
It looks like it was permitted and inspected by the county. I brought it up this past summer.
Thank you.
It was.
Yeah.
I'm curious as to why, because aren't most permits that go through our districts, don't they get flagged for automatically put on hold for historic review?
It looks like the permit here said that it was a conversion from like a multifamily back to a single family. So the project description doesn't mention that this work was going to be done, but the inspection results show that it was inspected.
There was also an active COA on this property, so they probably pulled the permit under the active COA.
Other questions for the Commissioner Lineberger?
Well, just to add a clarifying point, when we asked and requested for number 4, that the foundations provide details and specification for the replacement of the foundation with the vents, we're looking for that drawing or whatever the specifications are, the drawing that was submitted for permit, or any photographs, or, that allowed it to be permitted for the foundation. So that's what we were requesting there. So that's why there's so many questions, I think. I just wanted to clarify about what we were really looking for there.
Yeah, and even for anything that requests specifications, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for drawings, because it'll have the details that we need in order to, as I mentioned, make an informed decision. It'll have dimensions, it'll have details, specs, any of that will be present so that we can then make a decision on how to move forward. Without that, we don't have what we need. We can't just like make it up, and that wouldn't be fair to you. That wouldn't be fair to other applicants. And we have standards that we have to abide by and uphold. So I think we're challenged without that information. Other questions?
I just wanted to add a question to that, just for clarification. The two sides that you have replaced the brick,
Yes.
is the intent to replace the brick on the other two sides? Did it just stop because of our process, because this is in review, or?
No, it was, what needed to be replaced was replaced. And what didn't have to be replaced was left. Did that make any sense?
Sure.
The matter to completely remove and replace all the curtain wall, never considered that.
So your intent is to leave the brick the new brick, exposed and unpainted, because that's our standard. And then, but then to leave the rest of the foundation.
I haven't
As is.
gotten that far.
Okay. So I think part of the specification is we need to understand what the intent is. And what the goal and the intent of that is ultimately.
Well, I don't know how to get yellow paint off of brick. And yet completely replacing all of the brick foundation just to get it all one color. And I think everybody would be unhappy with the idea of a yellow painted foundation.
Just additional information for the commission. This back wall is a thin brick veneer on top of concrete block. So.
When you say thin brick, you mean it's a normal brick. It's a brick veneer, 4 inches. You're not talking about a.
No, we're talking about very thin brick on top of, on concrete block.
Oh. Like a paver?
Like
Thin brick.
like
Okay.
a half tile brick. Yes, correct. Thank you, Commissioner.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant? If I'm being transparent, I am very stuck. I don't feel like, I feel like we've repeatedly said we don't have the information, so, I mean, we can discuss and give another opportunity to bring back what we are generally or what we typically receive. Like Commissioner Lineberger mentioned, we're usually used to receiving those drawings and specifications in a very specific manner. And so it just seems like we're missing quite a bit of that. So, yeah, please,
Oh, I'm sorry.
anybody.
I think that you might have, maybe not everything, but you have some information to make a decision about the rear porch, because they did provide drawings there.
Mhm.
The siding, it sounds like we're never gonna get the old siding, but maybe you can continue it for what this siding actually is. And then for the front door, we're never getting the front door back, but, there is a front door there that you can make a decision on. And then, the foundation sounds like it also needs additional information.
Thank you.
And my comment on the foundation was, even if we would give permission for him to do the foundation work, we would not have approved that construction.
I have a question. With regard to the siding, is there any original siding on the house, or was the entire house re-sided?
We're not closed, correct?
No, we're not
No.
close.
Mr. Overman, was the siding on the entire house removed? I believe it was.
Yes.
Yes.
Any other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? Thank you, Candace, for bringing me back to reality, or bringing me back on track.
When you purchased, did you recently purchase the home?
No,
Okay, so there wouldn't have been a report originally from when you bought it showing the condition of the house or,
when I bought it, it had the vinyl siding all the way around. Actually, it was, the exterior was in the condition that you saw in those photos. I didn't change the color. Didn't change the siding. None of it.
but you don't have any old reports from as long as you've owned it.
What kind of reports?
I'm just
Building
thinking-
inspection.
Yeah, an inspection or anything that maybe you had work done and somebody had to give you some kind of documentation. I'm just trying to think through what you might
No.
have that could be supplied.
Nope.
Thanks.
Any other questions before we close for deliberation? All right, we are now closed for deliberation. So coming back to the reasons why this was continued, the first one is rear porch removal. So it appears that they did do a bit of a restudy of the rear elevation, showing the rear porch with the dormer, with the new porch. Not sure about the providing more information on the existing condition in the elevation drawings. I'm not sure we got that, but at least part A, it seems we got.
Candace, how are we to look at this porch addition, I guess I would say? Is this a reconstruction or is this all new, brand new addition?
I think they are drawing it as a reconstruction of what was there, but it's still, in terms of your standards, you can still use your new construction standards.
Okay.
The size is different than what was there.
I think the overall appearance might be slightly different as well, but do I have a photo?
Yeah, it was
Oh.
it was much, I mean, all this is kind of a moot point. I think we need to look at how this, as viewed as an addition, applies to our standards.
Yeah.
It was kind of a quirky, porch to begin with, so I think he's trying to make it more livable.
But without comparison drawings, I don't see how we can move forward on this.
I think you could just look at this as a new porch addition and not so much looking at it as he's putting back exactly what was there. This is you're just looking at it as new.
Comment on that. Which with this design, if it was new construction, it doesn't meet our guidelines in terms of engagement.
Let's talk about it.
So, well, the proportion of in the roof line, the standard details for columns, it looks like he's trying to build back a better version of what he has, but that's not what we would request. We want something that looks more architecturally consistent with the house. The height of the rear wall, the roof pitch, the engagement into the existing structure, the 2x4s instead of columns, like all of that needs to be revised. It needs to be changed to meet our standards. And porches
6.17.
6.17.
All right, so that's the porch. Anything else? Remember that, because we'll probably use that for a motion.
Or since I got yelled at for talking about the dormer and fix that, and then it's out beyond the federal law.
Dare you.
I mean, it seems, not the design, but, I mean, and that's an existing condition, so I think in the restudy, is there a way to go back? I think Commissioner Chris said, bury it or camouflage it or do something to listen, even though that's not to our design standard, something to help that go away to some degree.
Well, my thought was when they build the porch back at the correct height, the roof line will disguise the the dormer.
Just want that on record.
Yeah.
I think the point is, it's an existing condition that taking off the porch as an after the fact thing made it worse. And so what we're asking them to do is to either fix the dormer, leave the porch off, or put the porch back on so that it disguises the fact that it's a non-conformity.
And I believe that's what you asked for originally.
Yeah.
They just provided they just gave you drawings of what was there. They were just putting back what was there, but you wanted more than that. So that's.
So it's clear. It's on the record. It's clear. It's on the record twice now. It is on. It is on. So I just want that. There's an opportunity here. I don't want it lost.
Deliberation?
We're in deliberation.
Okay.
We're in deliberation, yes.
So going back with the original, essentially the original, it's not exact, but the original design of the porch, do we feel that satisfies our request of being able to minimize the nonconformity of the overhanging dormer? Or do we think,
No,
yeah,
no. I mean, I think they need to redesign the whole porch and design it like it, maybe they don't usually have rear porches, or big screen porches, but I was hoping that they would redesign the whole thing, make that rear wall taller and engage the roof up higher and have it wrap around that dormer to disguise it.
yeah, but we can't design it for them.
Well,
But
I thought I
just
described
did.
it. I thought I described it.
We slipped it in. It's done.
It's a great option
Next item.
to provide the applicant.
Seeking that.
You don't have your mic on, ma'am. All right, so we beaten that porch. Yes. Okay, so moving on to siding materials. So as Candace reminded us, the siding and the applicant confirmed, all of the siding has been replaced. Perhaps we can get more details on what's there, i.e. can our architect and builders spell out what those details are?
we just need information. Okay, so the original siding's gone. I don't think we can confirm any of those details. I mean, maybe we have pictures of it.
No, we don't, because it had vinyl on top of it.
Well, anyway, we can ask if there are pictures, but
we
we're not gonna get the data, it sounds like. So what we need is specs on what is installed. Its thickness, its reveal, its material. We've heard testimony that it's wood, so we just need additional details for that.
Okay.
Right?
Yes. So that's what we need for number 2. Number 3, the front door, similar situation. The door is gone. There is a new door there. So we need the specifications on the material, the manufacturer, the dimensions.
I guess you're seeing the door that was that the applicant has installed. are we okay with that door and we just want specifications? Or do you want the applicant to seek a door that mimics what was originally there?
And is more consistent with the bungalow style.
Correct. It seems like the side lights are
Yeah.
are pretty much similar, maybe slightly different, but they're pretty much almost the same. The door, however, is
So this is gonna be controversial.
okay.
The side lights mimic what was there. Kind of good job. The door doesn't, obviously, but there are examples. I live in an example of a historic house with an original door that's full light, essentially. And it's responding to the side lights. I mean, you know,
If you like the door, then, put out a motion for that.
okay.
Yeah, I'm not offended by the door. I just want details. Unless somebody else
Agree.
feels
I
differently.
think the door looks consistent, more consistent than the bottom left.
So those, if the full commission is okay with the door and we know it's wood and you're just looking for extra specifications in terms of manufacturer, which is really all we would probably need if it's a wood door, you can kick that to staff and potentially approve this element if that is what the full commission likes to do.
Well, I was gonna say, typically we refer to staff for mullion, mutton dimensions and things like that anyway.
So yeah, we can kick that to staff.
So for that part of whatever motion this becomes, would we be denying the replacement of the door and then denying the replacement of the door and approving the
Replacement of the door. I think we're approving the replacement of the door.
Yeah, I think you can just approve the replacement of
But
the,
if we're reviewing this as an after the fact, we would not have approved replacing a historic door.
you can also deny it and then they would just submit a staff, application, then they would get a COA from staff approving this door.
Yeah, so why wasn't this part staff approvable then?
Because staff cannot approve the replacement of an original door. While this door may not be the original to the house when it was built, it is in our historic photos, and that's as far as we can go with staff.
Okay.
So,
And now the door is missing, like
And
we
now
don't
the
have the
door's
door
missing,
anymore,
right.
so.
From a niece of just, we would call it in court judicial economy, but for your terms, just moving forward, yes, you have the option of denying, and as Candace said, having the applicant go back through the process. Or as you have it before you, you could just approve the replacement of the door, but just build into your motion the reasons why this in other situations would have been otherwise inappropriate. However, given the circumstances of the particular case, you are choosing to move forward in this manner. So you have both options.
Okay. Okay. That sound good to everybody? Okay, so that's the door. And then the last item is the foundation. So it sounds like the applicant, put like tile veneer over a portion, like the back portion of the foundation, does not intend to do the same on any other elevation of the foundation. We would not, I think, this isn't something that we have seen or would normally do.
I don't think we've ever approved the thin brick veneer, especially for a structural element such as this.
Yeah.
Can I ask a
Yes.
question? We can approve a scratch coat, right? And we have a historic scratch coat on there,
Scratch coat.
the plaster on it. So potentially you can match the existing by putting a scratch coat on there.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. That's what staff was going to suggest.
And would you do that over the brick veneer or would you
Yeah,
take,
because we do it over block.
I
So
know, but it's not a typical application. You wouldn't put CME.
you may, go ahead.
I'm sorry, can I interject? Can he just remove that thin brick and then just veneer the block that's there? Because right now I'm guessing that that's sticking out farther than the actual foundation is, and we don't want that.
I mean, you could do the math. I mean, you may be able to add lath to it and still get it. I don't know, but you could. There's a opportunity there to just put a scratch coat on it, whether it's over the lick and stick or if it's over the block or whatever it is. There's a way to get it done.
Then all you got, if you want to go that route, you can let our mason work with the property owner to determine the best path forward. Okay, cool.
I like that a lot. And that was the last one. Is there any other item that we need to discuss as it relates to the reasons for continuation or anything new that came?
Did we approve the windows previously? I don't remember.
Were the windows approved previously? They weren't continued, that's for sure.
I believe everything else had a decision already made, and these were the only items that were continued. So whether they were approved or denied, they would just work with staff at this point. If that helps answer your question.
It also sounds like you're moving towards a continuance on some things, so we'll research it and
Okay.
make sure that whatever's brought back is what you need to see.
All right. So considering the conversation, do we have a motion that anyone would like to make? And we will help.
Chairperson Hawkins,
Yes.
I would just add, as it relates to the windows, to give staff the opportunity to review that you may add, or any commissioner who wants to make a motion can just add to that motion that if the windows have not been previously approved or denied, they are continued for the next meeting to be evaluated. And that way you can build in that safety net moving forward.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Attorney Hewitt. All right.
I'm gonna beat the dead horse again. I just want to clarify because we always go over this on after the fact cases and we don't want to set precedents for future after the fact cases where we approve something or approved it with conditions because it's already been gone. Is from other commissioners' perspective, is this a denial so that we can put on record that we're not approving the replacement of a historic front door that had no issues with it? From my perspective, again, I mean, or is this, because we know it's going in there, it's gone, there's nothing we can do about it. Is this an approval because we are okay with the replacement?
I agree with Commissioner Barth's concerns. While I understand the aesthetic appeal of the replacement door, we would not have, I don't think that the original door would have been approved for removal. So I would suggest taking the path that staff recommended of denying the front door replacement, and then the applicant can apply to staff for the craftsman style door. That keeps the precedent clean.
Is the commission okay with the style of the door? I'm just asking the commission if if the commission is okay with the style of the door that the applicant has put in.
I mean, I'm okay with the style of the door. I think it's just like, when would we ever, go ahead.
We have two recommendations then. We were just clarifying. So first is deny the removal of an original door. It's gone, right? And, given the design of the side lights, it's inconclusive whether the door is original to the house, but is it original to that location? We don't know. So deny the door. Second, as a part of your approvals, because it sounds like you are going to approve what? The foundation. As part of that, you can say, and we're also giving staff the authority to work with the applicant on a new front door, because how your standards are written that we don't have that authority. So you're just giving us that authority with your approval of the foundation. Can we do that?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
All right. So do we have a brave soul that would like to make that motion? All right. Yes.
I'm gonna start with the denial. Would like to make a motion to deny the replacement of the front door per section 6.15. 6.15, or no, that would be
4.10 is
4.10. Thank you.
doors.
Sorry. Do we need to vote on that?
Do we want to include the siding with the front door?
Oh, yeah. No, I thought it was going to continue the siding.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Well,
I mean, we don't have any more information.
that's gone to, it's kind of a similar thing.
Exactly. I think we
Yeah.
can both of those and then direct staff to.
Okay. I agree. Thank you for reeling me in here. I'm going to go ahead and also deny the removal and replacement of the original historic siding that was under the vinyl per section. Is that it, or is it still 4 because it's rehabilitation?
Commissioner Barth, I think it's on the screen.
Oh.
5.2.
I think it's 5.2. Yeah, 5.2.
Yep.
Hold on.
She's looking at me and I have to be that person today. But Commissioner Barth, would you be able to add specific facts from the evidence that the commission discussed to support your denial in your motion?
Because we don't have sufficient evidence that the siding has been compromised?
Yes.
Is there anything additional to that, specific to what you saw here? If not, that's okay. I just want to make sure that you're including all of the facts that you used in order to arrive at your decision with this denial on both ends, not only the siding, but also the door.
Well, we've heard testimony that what was underneath the incongruous vinyl siding was original wood siding. And we've heard testimony that it's been deteriorated, but we have no evidence to that fact. And the siding has been removed. And the door, same thing for the door.
And would it be fair to say also that in these types of cases, usually you are provided documentary evidence, including pictures of the current conditions that corroborate the oral testimony, as well as, if necessary or if appropriate, expert reports?
That's correct. At this point, this is all hearsay. We don't have any physical evidence that the siding and or door was compromised beyond its prominence or sustainability. I'm not a lawyer.
Thank you.
Life expectancy.
Thank you. Beyond repair. I'm having difficulty with words. Anyway, is that sufficient? Okay.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote.
Excuse me, did
Oh,
we,
I'm sorry.
did we indicate that we were giving staff the permission to to work with them?
I think
And
we
make
have
it-
multiple, we're gonna have multiple, motions.
Okay, I thought we were gonna do it with the door and the siding.
The foundation and the door are gonna go together.
Yes.
Okay.
But
Foundation?
The front
No,
door.
just that the staff should be approved to
That
approve.
you do separately in the approval.
Yeah, okay.
Just
Okay, okay.
approving us to work with that.
With the new front door. Gotcha, okay. So
And
the,
just to clarify, is to make sure that things are separate, because when you deny something, that is the decision. You don't do denial with conditions. It is only very limited to the trees, and that's only because your standards allow it. Otherwise, you don't do denial with conditions. So when you're now in your approval, you'll be moving forward delegating, for this particular case, delegating that additional authority for staff to be able to work with them and approve something that otherwise would have had to come back to you.
that's helpful. Thank you.
all right. Any further discussion? Let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor, Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern, Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to deny passes 10-0. All right.
Should I keep going?
Yes.
Okay. Would like to make a motion to continue the following items for the rear porch addition, asking that the applicant restudy the roof form and how it connects to the existing structure so that it does what we requested, which is minimizing the nonconformity overhanging dormer, as well as follows our details for additions and porches with regard to columns, eave lines, roof form, railing, doors, all the above.
17.
617.
Yep.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by Commissioner Wojcik. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to continue passes 10-0.
And my third part of this or process would be to make a motion to approve the foundation changes to the existing historic structure with conditions, citing that while we do not have physical evidence of the structural damage, we have testimony from the applicant who has replaced dilapidated sections of foundation with CMU and thin veneer brick, requesting that the applicant work with staff to remove said thin veneer brick and apply parging or stucco to match the existing examples of parging and or stucco that we have on the existing foundation, and to come back to the commission with any questions.
They can work with staff. We're giving them approval to work with staff.
Yeah, I'm saying staff can come back to us if there's any issues.
Sorry, thank you.
And then that would be foundations. I guess that would be 5.5. No, hold on. Yeah, 4.4 and 612.
Can we give permission for them to work with him on the siding as well as the front door?
Setting foundation front door.
Okay. Did you say that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think they're working on something over there.
And let's just say, you know, the door that was presented during this meeting is appropriate, or staff can work
Work with about the specifications.
the specifications, or if there's another.
And same thing with the siding. Okay. Two more parts to my approval. For the front door, would request that the applicant work with staff and that the commission has seen the proposed front door and is okay with it in style, but would need the applicant to work with staff on specifications, including manufacturer dimensions, material, and details. Third part for the siding, we have also seen this material in photographic evidence and would request that the applicant work with staff for this replacement siding in, again, both dimension, material, and detailing.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Barnes, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to approve with conditions passes 10-0. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, our next application is 224 through 236 West Kingston Avenue. And I believe the applicant is in the room. This application is proposed new multifamily, the construction of six new multifamily structures. The application was continued in November for the items listed on the front page of the staff memo. Eric, have you been sworn in? Yes. Okay. The applicant has been sworn in. Just as a reminder to the commission, this meeting and February's meeting are the last two opportunities to make a decision on this application, as the required decision date is March 10th, which is before the March 12th meeting. So it's this month and next month. And also, just as we have been with this case, focusing on the front buildings at this point. Eric, if you could state your name and address for the court reporter, and let me know where you'd like to start, but also keep your comments to the things that you were continued for.
Eric Weiner, 2959 Wilkinson Boulevard, Charlotte. Let's start on page 13. And I apologize, I've been losing my voice a little bit today, but I will do my best to speak into mic and work through this. So I'd like to thank commission staff for the last comments, work along the way. If you recall, when we presented last time, we made sweeping changes to the proposal. And as Candace mentioned previously, we had basically only heard comments for the last 6 years on the back, or I mean on the front buildings, and never made it to the back. And it was really happy to that we made it to the back buildings and got good feedback there. So obviously we've gone through all the comments and made changes as such, as well as any other notes from staff along the way. So I'll try to keep it to what we did do on this. So if you look at page 13, one of the items was to have a, for discussion purposes, a summary page that does list all the heights with setback spacing. Is an easy look on one page. Since we keep reviewing the massing and size of the box, I think you can see we've done that. In addition, we've also added the properties along Park Avenue for context, as those came up heavily last time. And while it was discussed that that wasn't necessarily required, to be helpful to do so. So we've gone ahead and done that. So you can see that they're summarized. Next page. And then on page 14, 15, next page, and 16, we do have it broken out as individually the spacing and the setbacks, in case that one summary page is quite a bit of information on one page. If we look at page 17, that's the site plan. Again, we have the setbacks and everything labeled on there, as well as the spacing, detailed dimensions for both the front, back buildings, and how it relates to all the property lines and the curb. Page 18, I don't think there's any changes there. Page 19. 19, we've had some detail to our site landscaping plan as requested. And this also shows valuable information like the 6-foot wood screen fence, again, that's in the back of the property, and the landscape buffer that's required by the City of Charlotte, that also serves to show context for how those back buildings relate to the back neighbors. Page 20, we have clarified with additional information on how the water table relates across the neighboring properties. We've clarified that to show that we are consistent with the 3'6" above grade for all these properties with the adjacent properties. And in addition, we have lined up the eaves and the porch lines following the natural grade of the land. And then if we get to page 21, I think that's where you see a lot of kind of new information that really puts these back buildings that were discussed last time into context, because there's questions about, well, how does that relate to the grade change, and how does that relate to the scale of the back properties, and what is being viewed from behind. So you can see that we've included the house behind, house 243 on Park, and then shown it in scale and context, as well as what is all going on in that back line. And I think, this study really, frankly, I think helps us and really shows kind of the point that we were making before. If you look at the eave line of the 243 property, and you can see that grade falling away, their eave line is in fact higher than our back building that lines up with it. In addition, you can see we've labeled, and this is just standard per city zoning requirements, but we are required to have the 6-foot wood screen fence. So that's showing the context. There would be the fence there, and when you take into account the grade line, you really aren't seeing much of that back. In addition, we have the landscape buffer that is required, and whether it's required or not, we will suggest it, but the City of Charlotte obviously requires it because they know what is coming. So you can see there, and then we've also shown a person for scale as well as their sight line to what they're seeing back there. And I think this slide does a really good job of showing the context, the distance from that 243 property to the back property, the fence, the eave line, etc. Similarly, on page 22, we have done the same thing, because at house 231 on Park Avenue, as the site is multiple parcels wide, so we wanted to show we weren't cherry picking. And in this case, you can see the same a little different context. They have a garage in the back because it's along the alley. But you can also see in this case that the eave line is actually, in this case, taller than the ridge of what we're building, as well as you can see the scale again of the fence, the distance, what the sight line is over their garage, that they aren't seeing this structure that we're building. And I think the other thing that this section cut does do too is it shows the relationship of the water table as it goes around the grade line of the building. So it starts off, that C2 building starts off in the front of that building at the 3'6" roughly that we talked before, and then it lines up in the back naturally at the grade. Next slide. So this is the slide of the front where we made a lot of progress. I think in the last meeting, everybody was feeling more comfortable with, scale, size, and massing. There were comments about the water table and stuff. We've clarified again that we're lining up directly with the porches. First floor entry of the building, the houses next to us, 240. And then the one next to that's the same. It's very consistent, just following the grade of the land. And then there was comments about there wasn't enough wind fenestration on A1. So we added the additional fenestration for that. That makes it a little bit more natural. And some minor tweaks with eaves and so forth like that. We removed the labeling for the carriage house and we studied that in depth. But we'd like to just call that an appendage to the building that is set back to the street. And we've used massing techniques, reducing techniques. There's going to be plantings in front of it as an addition. And we'd like to build C1, as you can see, how it relates to street with that setback, or just remove that section of the building. We've explored extensively over time what can be done, making this building wider, taller in that area. It is on the perimeter and stuff, and we just do not feel that if there's a portion of that building that is set up on the street like that and connects to a main portion of the building, that it will be a good solution that the commission will enjoy, because it doesn't work with the width to height ratios and that sort of thing. It's a mathematical, there's no solution to that mathematical problem. So we really feel like this setting it back or removing it is the best path forward. It's a math problem we just cannot solve in this case. Next slide, you see the back of those elevations. Those stayed largely the same. There wasn't a lot of comment about those as those face the internal, we'll call it an alleyway. Hopefully I'm not sticking my foot in my mouth, but just for the sake of clarity, the internal drive there. Next slide. And then this is the front of the elevations of the back buildings. And we've noted the water table a little bit more clearly. We've lined up ridges and eave lines. And then, as we've discussed in prior meetings, we've scaled down, from the edge of the neighborhood inwards best we can. We've done all sorts of those sorts of things. And then I think the next page is the back one of the elevations, which we didn't have last time, that faces the alley and the neighbors. So we have that, and we've made changes I won't say extensively, but we made changes to the rear pretty considerately. I think we were being considerate before by not having balconies, trying to limit windows and stuff, but we have restudied all these back elevations and how they relate together, and we're showing them on the page. And we've tried to use scaling techniques to break up the massing, as well as how it's you know, knowing that there's also the 6-foot wood fence, we took that into the calculation of it. And understanding neighbors, you know, concerns back there and what they've talked about. You know, we've really tried to, I guess we could have done, you know, some things like porches and whatever would been another way to break down the massing and maybe adding some different things, but we've tried to do it as simply as possible based on the requests of not seeming to want a lot of busyness back there, not kind of their concerns. So that's why we've used the scaling techniques that we have chosen to do, is to keep it pretty simple. And it is the rear of these buildings. And I think it's pretty consistent with the historic context that the rears are fairly simple. So the next page, we added the wood screen fence. You can see that for context, and we've added trees for scale. But we've shown both because, I mean, we aren't trying to hide anything at the wood fence, but I think one of the questions at the last meeting was, you know, well, how does this really feel back there? Are we actually seeing understand the true what's back there? And I think that wood fence has to be there. It's going to be back there, and this really helps understand the scale, the height, you know, what you do see. I think those cross sections really do a better job even than this, but both are helpful. Next page, we've added both elevations to all these buildings. I'm not going to comment on them individually. I think that's a little much probably for all 6 in the commission's time, but we have as requested the side elevations, and then obviously page 29, page 30, any changes to the rear elevation, or any minor changes that were necessary across front elevations, we have made those. So let's see, page 33, which is the last building. And then along the way, I know we've only gotten comments back about the massing due to the complexity of this project and how long it's been going on. However, along the way, we have been trying to, given the timeline, make changes as we hear from staff, or we hear in other submissions from other people, or we realize something, the details and then the windows and things like the grid and the materials and the windows. We have been making changes along the ways on those to try to bring them into the easiest, what we understand to be the easiest path forward on compliance with what you're looking for. So the JELD-1 sightline windows, for instance, on page 37. So we've been trying to pick those up along the way. And then page 39 and 40, the salt walls surveys, we did add the one around on Park Avenue, as it was requested if we could look at those back buildings. So we've added that salt wall survey. So I guess I'll open it up to comments.
I believe we have at least one online speaker. It looks like we have an online group of applicants team, but then one speaker. So if you'd like to, Marilyn, open it up to the applicant.
Is that, sorry, it broke up. Sorry, I had to step away. But were you asking for me? This is Grant Babbage speaking.
Grant, I think we're going to hear from the applicant who is also online before we. Okay.
Apologies. Sorry about that.
Hold on for just one
Yeah,
second.
Grant.
Got in the office. Hold on.
That's my mom.
Hello.
Angelo, the month. For the month.
Hi.
Hello? She's coming right now.
Okay.
What did it say? They unmuted you. I just walked in and you was unmuted. And you said you had something to say. No, he didn't sing. Oh. Hello, how are you?
Good. Can you tell us if you've been sworn in?
No, I haven't been sworn in.
Okay.
All right, if you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you could state your name and your address for the court reporter and then state your comments.
My name is Linnell Greer. And I am, I live at 205 Silver Cliff Drive and also 2444 Greenfield Drive, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Thank you. If you could state your comments.
The comments that I have, that I'm hoping that everything is satisfactory to you all and that the drawing that we have will be satisfactory and that we could get it approved and start on our project as soon as possible. Because it's been quite a while that I've tried to build something on that land. And of course, I had a daycare, as I said, about 30 years ago.
Do with nothing.
30 years ago.
It's over here selling.
And so therefore, I wanted to build some townhouses really, but for some reason, it has not been approved. And it's been about 6 or 7 years.
Now what they gonna do? They gonna make us come back again. What?
So that's my comment, that if we can do anything, because I'm concerned about the welfare of the community and hope that you all will be as proud as I am with the project that we're trying to pursue.
Thank you, Ms. Greer.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
They didn't want me to talk. I was blanking on the hand. We done been up here for the last 3 years. We've been trying to get this.
Mr. Angelo? Okay. Did you have something to say? No?
No.
Okay, thank you. And then I believe we have Grant. Okay.
Yep, Grant's here.
Hi, Grant. You've just been sworn in.
I did, yeah, when Ms. Greer did it as well.
Okay, great. If you could state your name and address for the court reporter and your comments, please.
Yep, so Grant Babbage, 239 West Park Avenue. So yeah, thanks again for the time, and same story as the last few times I've spoken, as one of the owners that backs up to this development, and for the other 3 owners that back up to it as well. We still do have some concerns here, and obviously not trying to be difficult here, but I like the last meeting we had. I think the commission's starting to see kind of the impact that this will have on us as historic owners and our privacy and kind of what we've done to try to maintain our experience in this community. And so it does feel like the applicant kind of missed the mark on some things here as it relates to our lots, and doesn't really show the reality of what this project does to us. It's not really about lining up eve lines when you think about removing privacy for the majority of our lots. But I guess if you first look at what the applicant provided, representing only 2 of the 4 impacted West Park Avenue homes from the street view. And if you see what they shared on 21 and 22, they show these trees that provide 100% of the privacy at both these homes. I think it was 243 and 231 West Park Avenue, that don't actually exist in this form. I can look out my back window from my bedroom and I can see traffic on Tryon Street. So this kind of coverage doesn't exist here, and you're really removing the privacy by butting up this development on the property line and not showing the entire picture when you haven't even showed 2 of the homes that are going to be arguably impacted even more. You also look on page 27, which shows the entire development from our lots, and again, all it takes is to drive to the neighborhood to see that this tree coverage doesn't exist in this form. Like you can literally look through our back windows and you see through to the other side of the street. So this is not our experience. And then you also see I guess just you assuming everything's at scale here, there's 25-foot tall trees being planted by the developer here. And I know they're committing to some sort of landscaping in the back, but I've never seen, the planting of 25-foot tall trees. So it just feels like it's misrepresenting kind of what this is going to be to us for quite some time here. And so I guess when you take a step back from these renderings and you see that every single one of these buildings in the back are all larger than the proposed front buildings, which I don't know where that exists in single or multifamily in Wilmore today. And then every single one of these rear structures in this proposal is taller and wider than these West Park Avenue homes outside of one instance. He then said in the reality that this project actually is kind of unprecedented massing and scaling and will 100% have a negative impact on us as historic homeowners in the back, which we're in that 360-degree view. And so this needs to be brought down to one story, or it needs to, there needs to be some sort of scaling, reducing techniques in the back, or there needs to be further setback, because this will impact our experience, our privacy, and kind of everything we've tried to preserve as historic homeowners as well. But that's all I had. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Grant. If the applicant would like to.
I guess I'd like to I guess I'd like to respond a little bit to Grant with not getting into the weeds of zoning or condition. Obviously, we've listened very closely and done numerous scaling things, as well as considerations for how those back buildings relate with relation to number of windows, massing, and form. There certainly has been no attempt to, obviously, we're cognizant to try to show this as accurately as possible. The city does require us to plant trees in the back and have the wood fence as a common screening. The buffer is back there. And the trees we're showing at a realistic context of height of what they should get to over a realistic period of time. And certainly I can sympathize. I mean, quite frankly, I own a property in Charlotte that has 4 small 4-story houses going up in the back. I can completely relate to Grant, but so we're definitely sympathetic. I'm sympathetic, but we've done everything we can to show it as realistically as possible. And, it's the reality of urban living that you don't get to see 300 feet in front of you to the next street. So we've tried to show that to scale, as well as what will be there, which is the trees required by the city of Charlotte. And we've provided an awful lot of information on this, I think more than most presentations are ever required to provide for relation to back buildings, multiple streets, scaling. So we can certainly provide from every single house on Park Avenue what that section looks like. It just felt like overkill. It wasn't meant to obscure. And in addition, a couple of the homes aren't historic as well. And I think, as been said before, it's hearsay to say that his neighbors are all against this, because last time, without us even asking, one of his neighbors came out and for the project. So as a reminder, thanks.
So if the applicants or speakers aren't here to speak to any of the comments today directly, that's all considered hearsay. So, Madam Chair.
All right. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? Commissioner Wojcik?
Hi, I was just looking at the comparison of the elevations, which thank you for providing every one of them. But it looks like on some of the elevations that there are bump outs that you can't see on the site plan. And I was just hoping that you could clarify if if these structures really do have bump outs or if they're just play on roof lines. But specifically, I think page 26. So if I look on those two middle ones, B3 and B2, those middle sections, yeah, on the first floor, they look like there is actually a projection, like a bay kind of bump out. But then when I look at the plans on, I think it's page, oh. Well, actually just at the top of that page to the right, they're just squares. There, yeah.
Yeah, I apologize. There was pretty limited. We're trying to get this back in. I think we missed maybe showing the projection. It's really just what's intended to be a roof projection overthing, like a small 18-inch
Okay.
roof projection showing a bit of scaling technique.
And then to the right on the side elevation, there's a roof line over double windows. That doesn't look like a projection. That just looks like a roof. But on the
Correct.
back, it looks like there's actually a change in plane. I just
Are you-
want to make sure that the structures are the right sizes on the floor plans in relationship to.
They are, and they won't be any. If we have to go inwards, we'll go inward. They aren't any bigger.
Okay.
So if we needed to have that 12 inches of relief, it'd be inside of that massing on the site plan.
And then I was just trying to think a little bit forward and with the fact that we just have today and next month. But when I'm comparing some of the graphic details of trim work, and specifically like the band boards and how they work with the porch, but you also have like a band board shown where we have a brick foundation, but we also have a brick wall up above. And some of the rakes and eaves, there aren't overhangs. Those types of things, are these accurately drawn at this point, or would those be things that you would bring back to us with more detail?
We will bring them back with more detail. I
Okay.
do know of an instance where, particularly at the band board at the foundation, there's a graphical error that we shouldn't have had.
Okay.
How it continued on from the porch too far.
Yeah.
It should have stopped at the porch.
Okay.
Obviously, that's on us. We do have 6 buildings that we're trying to
Right.
do, and as well as all the additional detail that was requested.
Okay. Thank you.
And kind of sort of in the same lane as what Commissioner Wojcik, the columns themselves, I noticed that they are kind of stacked on top of each other. And I'm wondering if the other commissioners have any concerns around kind of the support of the roof being just columns. And I don't have the building science, but it just seems like not substantial enough. And the inspiration that they use, I think, is like across the street has yeah, so I'm referring to B2 and B3 and C2. Oh, go ahead.
We're looking for the front elevation for you.
Yeah.
What page that is.
I thought the ones you were on were fine.
Yeah, the page 23 maybe. It has 241 below it.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
So you're looking at C.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've directly taken that from the inspiration to try to, not reinvent the wheel on the columns.
Yeah, but it seems like it's a different condition than where you took the inspiration.
Can I help?
Yes, please.
So what Chair Hawkins is trying to say is, so if you look at C here, the porches protrude from the front and they have their own little roofs, right? And so they have stacked wood columns. This porch here, these are all under roof on building B. And building B is taking inspiration from 1700 South Mint Street, also all under roof, but that roof is supported by a very substantial full height brick column. Whereas these are just stacked on each other, and it being under the main roof of the house gives it the appearance of being not grounded. So, and not supported well.
We can
Whereas the difference here is it's a projection. You're just supporting the porch roof. Whereas here, this is trying to support the entire roof of the structure.
Okay.
Yes, that's exactly.
Yeah, I see what you're saying now on E1, and we can certainly switch those to brick to be a similar condition. I was thinking you were talking, do you have an issue with C1 as well? Because that one feels pretty similar to me,
Where's C1? I can't see.
right next to it.
I mean, if it's the same thing, then yes, I still have the same issue. If
Well-
it's its own, has its own roof and it's protruding,
It has its own roof and
Okay,
protruding,
then-
similar to the one across the street. I think our error is, I mean, I frankly, I'll humbly agree with you that maybe the outer columns on B1 should have been the heavier brick.
Well, also remember the siding material of that structure is siding. So the inspiration picture was a brick structure, was it not? So I mean, I don't know that you necessarily just need to throw in big brick columns, but maybe scale.
Heavier.
Also, it appears that some of the designs don't have headers, which might be making the column taller than it will be in real life. And that would make it look skinny, which would then make it look like it's not supporting the structure properly. So I think, I don't think the answer is necessarily just throwing a brick column right there if the building is not going to have brick,
Yeah, no,
right?
yeah, I probably
So just-
made it too simple, but I
Yeah.
totally agree. I see what you guys are saying with the scaling of the columns on B1.
The soffit and fascia, I'm sorry, the soffit and fascia board there, the column goes straight up underneath that, whereas typically there would be a header that would drop down. And so it will, when you detail it correctly, based on our porch designs, I think it will look more substantial. And then obviously, if the column needs to be a 10 by 10 instead of an 8 by 8, then maybe that is what makes the difference. But is that
Yeah.
helpful?
It's helpful. I think that was
But I think the fact that the header's missing makes that post, it makes it at least 10 inches, maybe even 12 inches taller than it should be, which makes it look skinnier and more pencil-like.
Christy, could you go to slide 38? I think this will highlight what's going on, and there's the issue that Commissioner Wojcik's getting at. Look at the right detail building section. So you go to the right, that one right there, or maybe, yeah. So that's through the porch, and we have the columns just going up to the ceiling of the porch. We need a beam there. Similar to the door that leads into the thermal realm of the structure. We need a beam there to define that space because, yeah, that needs to occur out at the column line. And this is all in our porch details that we have in our guidelines that can guide you through some of all these architectural elements. And I think similarly to something that's kind of been throwing me off this whole time with these elevations, Eric, is like on this section detail, you have a pretty substantial overhang there. And a lot of the buildings, like I think building C, the overhang is substantial and seems fine. And then we get into, I think it's like B, the 4B buildings, I think it is, where there's hardly any overhang at all. And it's kind of throwing off a lot of the proportions of the building. And frankly, I don't know if there's not a lot of good examples of, or I don't know if there are any good examples of multi-story in our districts where, we have these big, quadplexes or whatever, and there's like, it's just a box and there's no overhang. It's just exterior wall up to roof. Typically, there's a pretty sizable overhang on it, just so that we have that relief as it transitions from the wall plane to the roof plane. So a lot of these details, as we, get into the next phase of this, and we need to do so pretty quickly, I think need to be resolved. For example, the column to beam relationship that we see here in this detail needs to be reflected in this detail as well as the elevations. So the elevation to the left of that detail, we need to see a beam going across there, which is Commissioner Wojcik is saying will help with the proportions of your columns and just how all this stuff fits together.
Okay, fair enough.
Does that help?
And to be honest, it helps me too, because I don't have while I don't have the science terminology, we see these plans all the time and I just know something's missing. And so I'm grateful that Commissioner Wojcik and Commissioner Barth can articulate that, and you seem to be open to that feedback.
Yeah, and in transparency, given the ongoing 6 years of struggles with, people not even getting to the back buildings, we prioritize the massing. I've been trying to do our best to catch up and keep all these buildings as accurate and as much detail as possible. But yeah, we're definitely open to and can see those little details, especially as we hopefully get this as improved. And obviously we have to quickly work on the next one. We will do that, and we can do that and take it to heart and go to with fine tooth comb through each and every one of them on those details.
Christy or Candace, when's the submittal date for the next review on this?
Yes, it's technically Friday the 17th. But we can work with people to extend it to the 24th for continued cases because there's an extra week in January.
So I'm wondering if for the applicants, and for the sake of time efficiency, I'm wondering if there's a way we could get obviously it sounds like we have some details that need to be worked out here that we need to see in the next iteration. But depending on what we say about size and massing and all that stuff. But for the detailed stuff, can it be something where we have like a typical detail that gets applied to all these buildings and maybe just the elevations are dated or something? I mean, I guess we can get into that when we deliberate, but.
Yeah, that's a deliberation.
Okay. Because there's a lot of, for what is this, 8 buildings? It's a lot of drawing.
For the time being, though, you should really focus on the front ones.
Okay.
And flush those out before you try to flush everything out.
Gotcha.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Well, to Candace's point, I'm a little bit perplexed because we continued this for really high level things like context, setback, spacing, massing, height and width. And those were not fully addressed. I don't see any changes to the height and massing and scale. And yeah, I don't feel like those are addressed, and especially on the rear and how the rear relates to the rear buildings relate to the street and the neighbors behind. So I don't see that level of detail. I don't know if this can be deliberation, but if no one sees what I'm seeing, but it seems like that's a large level item, a lot of detail that needs to happen before February.
before we get to the detail even.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting into some serious detail and I don't think that we don't have, we're, once again, we're getting way ahead and talking details when we're still back at context, which is the beginning of chapter 6.
If you omit the rear buildings completely and we just look at this project, like break it up into pieces, I guess that changes things for you, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's still maybe a little larger than we would like. But I might be in the minority on that, even on the front elevations or the front buildings.
I don't know. And this is probably for deliberation, so I'll wait.
I just didn't want to get too far ahead into detail when,
That's true.
Can I,
Trespassing in context.
well, can I,
Open, do you have any other questions for the applicant? Maybe?
Yeah. Any other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation?
I just have one question going back to what you said, Candace. Are we only looking at the front buildings today?
Staff is suggesting that you only look at the front buildings.
Okay.
can I speak?
We're still open.
Okay. I mean, quite honestly, doing the timeline and how this has been going, that feels like a stall technique. Frankly, that will run out of time. 6 years to review just the front buildings.
This is not 6 years. You've only been reviewing this application is what the commissioner looks at. They have 180 days to review this application. And so they're trying to help you get to success.
Yeah, I'm
with
not,
this
and
application.
I'm not,
Let's make
Not-
sure
I'm
one,
not trying to be
hold on, Eric. Let's make sure one person is speaking at a time. Christy was speaking and I would like for her to finish what she was saying because it's gonna be to your advantage and the applicant's advantage. And then you can make your comments.
So, all applications in the past, are in the past. We saw this refreshed with you. You have 180 days to make a decision. Each application is considered on its own. That is state law. We want to get to an approval. I think everyone's agrees with that. To help you get to an approval, staff is recommending that the commission focus their comments on the front buildings. It would help to have those approved. Then we can start working on the rear buildings under maybe a new application that gives us a new timeline. But having the front buildings approved puts you on, a fast track for approval of the whole project. But again, should the commission wish to evaluate all the buildings, that is their purview on how they want to approach this, but we are running out of time. There's one more chance for this project. So you run the risk of, if they don't just focus on the front buildings, I fear you run the risk of having the entire project denied and restarting. And if it's denied, then you have to wait 2 months. So, but just focusing on the front buildings and maybe getting those approved, we're keeping this forward momentum. But again, that is up to everybody here. I'm just trying to explain the law and our constraints.
Thank you. All right, any other questions? You had some comments that you wanted to make, Eric, before we close for deliberation?
I just want to say, I appreciate that, Christy. I just felt like I needed to say something on the client's behalf because I know that, obviously that it's a lot of time, money, and frankly, it is for the neighborhood too. I will say that we considerable time and energy into the sections, those rear elevations, and those things to provide the context that is necessary, that frankly, from what I've seen, seems over and above other projects that have gone before the commission. We certainly did that. Maybe we're missing the mark. Maybe I missed the question on that, but from what I've seen and the level of information on there, it's quite substantial reading those sections.
Thank you. You have a question for the applicant? Okay, all right. We're gonna go ahead and close for deliberation. Let's go ahead and talk about it.
Chairperson Hawkins, I just wanted to provide you guys with a little guidance as you enter deliberation for this case. Also, given the time constraints that you have and understanding that you will need to arrive at a decision at the full application or whatever is before you at the next possible hearing, which my understanding is February. Staff has suggested that if there is a possibility that you could get to an approval today of the front two buildings, potentially doing that to move the project forward, or in February, whenever you have whatever sufficient evidence you need. However, I just want to remind you that the application as it stands includes all buildings. So it is up to you to decide how you want to move forward with your consideration. Now, granted, if you, for whatever reason, decide to move forward today and say we're going to focus our consideration on the front two buildings, the applicant has the possibility to go back and work with staff to figure out what to do with the back buildings. That could mean trying to bring that forward at the next hearing before a decision is made. That could be potentially withdrawing part of that application so that potentially what could be successful only moves forward, or just bringing everything back to you for your review. But in short, you still have the entire application before you that includes all of the buildings. You have options, but I just wanted to make sure that your understanding of what is before you as you deliberate today.
Thank you, Attorney Hewitt. That was helpful. All right. Let's start with the reasons for continuation and let's just have a conversation that way, if that's okay. So starting with number 1, context, 6.2 and 6.3, numbers 2, 3, 4, and 5 show context of back buildings. I know what was suggested, but show context of back buildings as they relate to neighboring properties behind them. I will just start by saying they did do that. Whether we agree with the impact or not, that's let's have that conversation. But they did show, in this slide 22 does show, I think, a section of how the buildings, one of the buildings affects or engages with a neighboring property behind it. So, and it shows kind of the human view or scale or whatever you want to call it. So thoughts on context as it relates to what's showing here in slide 21, and I think on 22 as well.
Also on page 25, they have a direct relationship of the structure itself to an inspiration context building in the neighborhood. So they're doing it from the front and as we asked them to do the section through. And when we did this, we were talking about the rear buildings. We wanted information on the rear buildings. So I'm a little bit surprised that now we're going back and having all of these issues with the front buildings because I feel like we were past that. So that's just my viewpoint, but I guess they provided the information, so we have to say whether or not we think that meets the guidelines, right?
Yeah, and so, and that's where, thank you, Commissioner Wojcik, because I thought I might have been by myself. I don't necessarily have any issue with what's been presented. And I know we didn't go into the detail, but where I have the issue are the details that need to be ironed out. Because I did think that we can point to where they drew their inspiration from, and we see that to me, it appears, I could be wrong, that it's not as impactful to the neighboring buildings behind, neighboring properties behind them because of the distance, because of the perspective of if somebody's, standing on the ground and what they may see. I understand about the trees. They might not be as mature, but
And
not seeing it.
I'll agree with both of your comments. And the one thing I will point out, and this only applies to the front buildings, I think this is our issue all along, is we have basically 4 parcels that were combined, and we have these massive building structures on the front and the back. And, you know, to some of the neighbor comments, gets into that. With the front buildings, I think we absolutely have context because, you know, like, I like what they've done, stepping from building A's lower response to the bungalow next door. And then we gradually step up towards the commercial in the more dense district. And then contextually referencing their precedent across the street, I think massing wise, and for that relationship as a response to the street is well within view of what we would expect for this streetscape. It's the problem is when you add those back buildings, and I think what we have issue with, and when you cut that section through the site, I think that highlights part of our issue as well as the neighbor's issue with this project as a whole. So looking at the front buildings, I think we're, at least from my perspective, I think we're pretty good on all the high level issues we had. And then we get into details. So does that propel us into more detailed discussion with that? And do we ignore the back building?
So go ahead, Krista.
Well, it just seems like we need to decide if we're going to just analyze we have to make that decision
Yeah.
first, right? We're gonna review and take out the back buildings at this point.
Yeah.
And then further the conversation on the front.
I think in order for this project to have any sort of chance of success in February, that's what we have to do.
I agree.
So let's take a poll. Commissioner Perm, are you in favor of us focusing on just the front buildings or the whole, all buildings? Okay. Commissioner Bell, in favor of front buildings or whole?
That's fine.
Okay, your mic wasn't on, but I heard you. She said front's fine. Commissioner Taylor,
Yeah, I'm not sure.
not sure.
I'm hung up on the detail, I feel like the front building massing, I'm good with at this point. It's the detail, and then the back buildings, I feel like I could move forward with that as well, but so it's.
Okay,
I'm hung up on the details at this point.
okay, fair enough.
I could review all of them at the same time, and I think it's the details. I'm specifically looking at the site plan that they provided with the spacing, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 structures in their neighbors' yards that are up against that back alley. So to say that those back structures are intruding into the neighbors, I just don't feel like that's an issue for me.
Okay,
So I don't care.
so would be in favor of whole. Commissioner Holtz?
I'm in favor of separating the two moving forward. I am comfortable with the massing and context on the front buildings. I really appreciate the context that the applicant provided, showing the site plan for the rear buildings, but frankly, it makes me less comfortable with their massing up against that line and the height. So I'd prefer to separate the two, move forward with the detailed discussion on the front 3 and hold the discussion on the back 4 until we get an adjusted massing.
All right. Commissioner Barth?
Ditto.
Okay. Commissioner Whitlock?
I'm okay with front and back, and I'm more focused on the details.
Okay. I hope somebody else was keeping up with how many we got, but I'll try to remember. Commissioner Sullivan?
I would concur with Commissioner Whitlock and Commissioner Barth. I'm okay with the front and back buildings. It's just details.
No, he's,
Oh, I'm sorry.
he said, but you're
Whitlock.
with
Yeah,
Whitlock, okay.
Yes.
And then Commissioner Lineberg, it sounds like you just front. So we've got just front, 1, 2, 3, 4. And it sounds like the majority is okay with looking at the Commissioner Kern.
Can I just make one comment? Part of the reason I'm stating just to look at the front is I'm concerned that because of the details that are going to need to be involved in the whole project, we're going to push them up against a wall and not get through the details if we don't separate the front and the back.
The front and the back are the same buildings.
I feel like we're
It
tied.
is 5:45. We are on case number 7. Are you going to finish your review of this project tonight with the understanding that your last, just make it clear, and you can't promise anything, but by continuing it tonight, you're basically implying that you're going to approve this next month?
We're gonna make a decision next month.
Yes. Yes.
I think the front buildings for me specifically are an approval with updated details. We have some detail work to do. I'm not sold on the massing as the back buildings respond to the neighbors in the single family structures that we have. You know, we don't have an example like this in this neighborhood where we have two, tandem buildings front to back. So they have to respond to how that affects how their, this property is lived and experienced from all parties surrounding the context. And, I would look at those back buildings as like an accessory structure. How would we treat that in any other case?
Okay. Then that sounds good. Then it sounds like you have a direction to give for the front buildings with details, and you have direction to give it, great direction right there for the back building. You also, during discussion, we said to say during discussion that with the details, if they gave you,
Typical
thank you.
typical stuff to kind of streamline everything.
And if you tick off what that is,
Do we leave it up to ourselves? I can, however advantageous they want to be. I mean, they could present anything come February.
oh yeah.
And if we're happy with it, like if they solve our concerns with the back buildings
It could be.
and have the detail work and we're all good with, I mean, it's up to them. But at this point, we're saying
Here's your direction for the back building.
you could be approved on these front buildings and this project could move forward with that aspect of it. If you addressed our detailed questions for the front buildings only. Okay.
So basically, I guess you're looking for some motions on, let's make a motion on the, I would recommend making motions on the front buildings and then making another motion on the back buildings.
Two motion. Well, they would both be
We're both gonna-
continuous. I mean, continuances, we wouldn't deny necessarily.
No.
Right.
But I thought
When
we
you
were
talk
okay with the
about
front.
them, sorry, not two motions, just a motion in two parts, right? Like, we're continuing the front buildings for.
For the massing, context, all that stuff.
Continuing the back buildings for da-da-da-da-da.
Gotcha. Okay, I got you.
Just so it's like really clear what their directive is. Here's what we're looking for the front board buildings. Here's what we're looking for the. back
Okay.
buildings.
But why are we continuing the front buildings? They
Because the
did what we.
Because we need detail.
Details are not. Well, we get detail, we have them work with
It's not, no, not
That's
like
too
this.
much.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, it's up to the commission. Do a majority of the commission, once a motion is made, to make a decision? If a majority of the commission feels like any part of this project, whether that is the front buildings with details, front and back, without details or with details, whatever you feel that has been proven with the evidence presented, of course, matching your standards, that is what your decision is going to be. Each commissioner may have a different feeling about it. You each have a vote. Ultimately, the will of the body will be presented through your majority vote.
Can we talk a little bit before a motion? Can we talk very quickly about what you all who have issues with the back buildings need to see? I understand, not the detailed conversation, but what do you need to see?
I think we need to see scale reducing techniques focused towards the rear of those structures.
Okay.
And I think the perfect analogy that Commissioner Barth just gave was, we do not have a situation like this where we have, two substantial sized buildings backing up to each other that back up to a single story residential street right behind them. We would never approve an accessory structure. That's a perfect analogy.
Essentially.
That an accessory building that was behind a main primary structure that backed up to single story, single family residences right behind it. We would require that that's reduced and that it is more in scale in keeping with the street behind it and with those residences.
Okay. Commissioner Wojcik.
With that being said, there are houses at 1617 Southwood Avenue that back up behind two houses on this corner. And then there's another house next to it on the other side of the alley that backs up to that house. Can we see what those Southwood Avenue houses look like?
Oh, we have well, we could,
Doesn't go that far, but we can look at it on Google Maps.
I'm just, I
no,
would
I
like,
think, I don't want to speak, but we might have a well of the houses facing southwest, so we could drop it in behind. I think you've asked for that before for these back buildings.
well, okay. Commissioner Holtz just looked up the whatchamajigger,
The street view.
the
for
street view.
Southwood.
The reason why I'm saying that is those two houses are basically sitting closer to the alley than the houses that are being requested to be built. And I think it's fair. And then I'd also, there's a two-story structure, or there's a structure behind 227 Park Avenue that is basically the same size as the house that footprint wise, I don't know height wise. But there's 1, 2, 3, 4 large structures that are behind houses on Kingston Avenue that separate Kingston Avenue from Park Avenue.
Yeah.
Are they one story?
It's no. It's behind these two houses.
Right, exactly. So what's that house so you have a house right there on the corner, and then you have a house right there, and then you have a house to the left of it. Yep, and then you have the house on Park Avenue. So this is a example of the location, and actually the proposed structures are substantially farther away from that alleyway than these houses are. That house that we can see right there, that two-story house to the right. No, sorry, that's on Park Avenue, that one.
Southwood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is closer to the house on Park Avenue than the proposed houses that they want to build.
So are you saying that this is an example of the condition that we might see
I'm-
in real time?
Yeah.
Completely different houses, obviously.
Well, obviously, but that blue house, if it's correct on the site plan, on page 16 of the proposal, there's 30 feet in between that blue house and that two-story house. So right north on Southwood, that's the blue house. And then there's a two-story house. There's 30 feet in between those two houses. If you go horizontally towards the right, you can see that we're another 20 feet off of that rear property line. Our structures are farther away from the people behind them on Park Avenue than those two houses are right there. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's an existing condition that's already been created in the neighborhood. We're not even intruding. I'm not saying we are. The applicant is not intruding. Is farther away.
I think Commissioner Wojcik makes a wonderful point. I would suggest though that the house that is close is a 1-story. And that the massing of those buildings against the rear does make a difference.
Would say that it's.
So I would say the footprint is fine, but the massing and height is a problem.
Yeah, I think that's what we're saying. The condition that you're talking about, Commissioner Wojcik,
Yeah.
those houses along Southwood, they have totally different conditions. We're dealing with 2-story boxes, basically.
Well,
that
the
are that.
House is a 2-story structure.
It is, but it has scale reducing techniques. It has low roof lines as it approaches that side of the properties in the alleyway.
We also have to take into account that, like it or not, they're not going to be backed up to single family properties anymore. It's a multifamily property. And our zoning is allowing that. And it can't be looked at as an accessory structure, in my opinion, based on that.
It can. It was more just an analogy of how we look at these.
But even size or scale wise, I feel like, the people on Park, they're now backing up to a multifamily property.
I just don't want to give the applicant the wrong information because I think that it's substantially unrealistic and not even appropriate based on what's already in the neighborhood.
Chairperson Hawkins, really briefly, I believe I saw earlier throughout the discussion that the applicant's representative might have had additional commentary to present to the commission, but now also that additional evidence in the form of sort of that Google Street View has been presented. It would be recommended that you open it up just for the purpose of giving them the opportunity to respond to that.
Sure. We can now reopen in case the applicant had additional comments.
Sure. Well, I obviously appreciate the clarity and the detail in the discussion. And I think that's frankly what needs to happen in the back buildings. Keep pushing any commentary back. Doesn't get anywhere. So I appreciate the commentary on it. I think it's a good point on Southwood. We actually purposely labeled that 30 feet and to draw attention to that context. I'm sorry I didn't speak on it directly. Thought maybe it'd come up in the comments or something, but with commentary closed, I couldn't. I think the one thing, and this was touched on briefly, too, is I'm not the absolute legal expert right on historic, but I think the one thing is this is a multi-family property at the edge in context of a neighborhood. These are not single family, as you discussed, it's not single family homes, accessory structures. The zoning does allow this. It is per the guidelines at the edge of the neighborhood. I can appreciate the neighbors, but I don't know where it falls on you guys to be not in my backyard police, even though the zoning allows for it, even though it is at the edge of the neighborhood and is context. I don't know what your purview is, but I will say that I think the Southwood's an excellent example. I think the fact that traditionally throughout all these neighborhoods, there's accessory structures on the back lines, some of which go 2 stories. And certainly I can understand the scale massing reducing techniques. Frankly, because we set the building so far back, that doesn't leave a lot of footprint to do additional undulations. And we would have had balconies back there and stuff, but I just really don't feel like the neighbor wants more people hanging out back there. So that's why we cut them kind of the more flat boxes and did things like the E projections, as we were being really cognizant of responding to what the neighbor seemed to want, which is an additional activity, a lot of noise back there, a lot of filigree. So that's why we kept it basic.
Thank you, Eric. Just as a reminder, our context is 360 from the center of the property. Thank you.
All right.
But I think everybody, or Commissioner Whitlock and some of the other, and the applicant brought up something that just jog my memory. So we don't talk about zoning. I don't care that this is a multifamily. We talk about context, massing, scale reducing techniques, orientation. And I think that's what we need to be focusing on here. You know, they could tear down the houses on the other side and then try to do the same thing. And I think we'd have the same comments. Like, you can't fill up these lots. I mean, we're not making this an urban landscape. This neighborhood has its own fabric and its own feel. And I think by replicating what we have done on the front end, on the back end, changes all of that, I think, is the main issue. So that's why we're saying things like, or at least I'm saying things like, I think we need to step down as we go back, you know, within the structure even. I mean, I think or at least I'm trying to throw that cookie out there, is like, you know, we just can't duplicate what we have in the front because it's a totally different condition. And these are all, you know, all this stuff plays into each other. And the back buildings just can't be read the same as the front buildings, in my opinion.
Can we
It's more
close?
than-
Can we close? Go ahead.
And it's more than your opinion, it's the standards. I mean, it is what our standards say, and that is our purview. I'm gonna just read this because this is, I'm just stunned that we're still here. 6.3, for context. When transitioning from single family to denser development areas that by zoning allow larger multifamily developments, the historic context surrounding the site must be respected in terms of height, massing, roof forms, materials. Historic multifamily structures were designed to fit into the residential architectural character of the historic districts, and any new multifamily developments in the context of the historic district need to do the same. It's. I'm not sure we need to be.
But where doesn't it also, don't we have more flexibility at the edge of a district? So where does that come in?
C1, building C1. Yeah. I think what that excerpt you read, which section was it, by the way? 6.3 is fabulous because that speaks to what we did on the front buildings. From C1 to A1, we stepped down as we got into the neighborhood. I think you have to do the same thing responding to getting into the neighborhood on the backside. There, you need to treat this sort of as like like the ripple effect of a pond. As you get more into the district, you need to respond to what's going on in there. And to move this thing forward, I don't know if we need to raise hands and see if we can just.
Float a motion.
Okay.
You've already polled everybody, so let's see what happens.
I could float a motion and we see what sticks. If y'all are good with that.
I got just one question. So, theoretically, you could increase the footprint, decrease that 30-foot buffer, and create more mass reducing techniques. So it gets closer to the property line, but you can reduce the mass of the building.
That's for them to tell us.
Yeah, I'm just.
Yeah, I don't know. We don't know until we, see it with the evidence.
And theoretically, the 30-foot buffer is a mass reducing technique.
I think they might need a buffer per zoning, so they're acting upon, that buffer is there for a reason, so they may not be able to do what you're suggesting, and just throwing that out there.
I think I heard that it's bigger than what it needs to be, but maybe I may be wrong.
All right.
We good?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try this out for size. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and try to float a motion. I'd like to move that we continue the front buildings only for the following items. Requesting that the applicant provide additional details, architectural detailing, excuse me, as it relates to, and I'm going to be kind of vague here, materials, porches highlighting column and beam relationships, eave lines and cornices, requesting that the applicant provide more historical details. Carrot, we're looking for more substantial overhangs on our main roof lines. Doors and windows, we need additional details for those units as well as the trim around them to be more in keeping with our historical standards, specifically referencing the details on page I don't know what sheet this is.
37.
And to work with staff, as I believe the window trim has too many pieces. I don't know a better way to say that. We need flat casing, essentially.
All
The mole, yeah, is like a two-piece, looks like a two-piece sort of thing. Anyway, so applicant to work with staff on those details, I think is probably the best path forward so that we can make sure we hit the mark. Is that too vague?
We say work with staff if it's a continuation.
That's work with staff to come back here.
Oh.
I'm just throwing that out there that they need to work with staff to work on those details.
Thanks.
And we'll throw in some code or section references. I'm just throwing that out there. Again, I mentioned the column to beam relationship on porches. I will also throw this one out. We have a detail. Go up a few sheets, Candace. 2 sheets maybe. There, yeah. We have a concealed gutter condition, which is great, but I don't know in Wilmore that this is a condition. Usually gutters are applied to fascia boards. Would like to see that detail reflected. Or an example, historic example in the neighborhood where this is shown with these integrated gutters. Let's see what else. For materials, we need additional information for roofing, siding. Again, I said trim, railings, foundation, vents, doors and windows. Again, I mentioned that. Flooring as well. Porch flooring and steps. I think that's it. And I'll go ahead and reference and see if I can pick them up unless somebody has them. I'm going to go for, I'm just going to say 612 through 618. And again, for the commission's benefit, I think this is going to be a 2-part motion, which I will reference the rear buildings in the second part. Right?
I believe you started this motion to continue as it relates only to the front buildings. So you may just want to make a separate motion related to the back buildings so that the separation is clear.
Correct. And then that way, yeah.
Commissioner Barth, is your second motion for the back buildings moving towards also a continuance or?
I think we leave that up to the applicant on how ambitious they want to be. There's a lot of, well, depending on how the motion flies with the rest of the commission, there's a lot of work to be done here, potentially.
So
I think it may be best to just finish this particular motion and then see how the vote goes on that. And if we have a second motion to move forward to, we can make that at that time.
Okay.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Really quickly, Commissioner Barth, were you done adding the standards to your motion?
I kind of did it as a broad brush approach, but I
Okay.
can go through them if you want.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
All right. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to continue the first three buildings passes 10-0.
Okay. And I just have a quick question before I get into my second motion. If I continue this for high level items, because we're getting into massing, scale reducing techniques, setback, all context, all this stuff, do I then say that we're not reviewing that part for detail stuff? Or I think we can apply it to the previous detailed comments as well. That makes
Did
sense.
your conversation as it relates to the back buildings, your deliberations, did it include deliberating on details of the back building as well? Or did you not get
Because in my motion, I'm going to get into some holistic changes that may need
Okay.
to occur. If those have compounding effects on the details of those back buildings,
That would make
I mean,
sense, and the
yeah.
commission has made.
I mean,
uh,
I guess we could see what
decisions to
happens.
Continue.
Yeah, if the continuance is approved by the commission, I guess we can see what comes back. And if we're not okay with the level of detail and if we're okay with the massing, but not okay with the detail as they responded to the comments, then we can always turn that down.
That'll be up to the applicant and what they provide at the next hearing, so I wouldn't want to,
Yeah, we're trying to tell a few.
I wouldn't want you guys to basically tie yourselves to a predetermined outcome before seeing what comes before you at the next meeting.
I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply my high level comments in this next motion to the back buildings only, and then reference my detailed comments as a second layer to this if the applicant chooses to present that in the next application.
That could work.
That's
Honest-
fine.
I think just craft the motion. I think you guys have made motions to that effect previously, both ways, and we see how we move forward.
Okay. With that, would like to make a motion to continue the back buildings only for the following items. Requesting that the applicant study the back buildings as it approaches the rear property line for items such as setback, contacts, massing, and height. 6.1 through 6.4, 6.5, 6.8, and 6.9, as well as directional expression 611. And furthermore, thank you, 6.10 for scale as well, excuse me. Additionally, would like to apply my same comments for the first part, for the first motion on detail as it relates to the back buildings, if the applicant so chooses to apply those. And that was for reform in materials, cornices and trim, doors and windows, porches, materials, and foundations. I'm going to throw foundations in there too, because we need to know about materials on that. 6.12 through 6.18.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Barr, seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz.
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to continue with condition, or vote to continue, passes 10-0. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Can we get to the 24th?
I'm sorry.
The 24th, as the resubmission?
Staff will email you, but I believe so, yes. Okay.
Can
Okay, yes, we'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Welcome back to the January 8th Historic Districts Commission meeting. The next case up is 922 East Boulevard. For anyone who's listening, the commission is going to try to get to cases 9 and 10 tonight. So case 11, 12, 13, 14 will be heard at the beginning of the February agenda. If we cannot get to cases 9 or 10, they will also be moved to the February agenda. So again, this is case number 8, 922 East Boulevard. Okay, this is 922 East Boulevard, and the proposal for this project involves the replacement of most all exterior elements, including siding, window and door trim, trim bands, fascia, side porch ceiling, and the removal of decorative molding and removal of window sills, and boxing in the eaves where there were previously exposed rafter tails. The applicant has shown willingness to make fixes to these changes on slide 18 of the presentation, with the exception of keeping the hardy wood grain siding that has been installed, which the commission has never approved. Staff recommendation is outlined in the memo and number 1, A, B, and C. And we'll let the applicant take it from here. Have you both been sworn in?
I don't know that I have been.
Okay.
Okay, it's on green. I have not been formally sworn in, no.
Okay. All right. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, if you could both state your name and your addresses for the court reporter, and then let us know where you'd like to start.
Sure, my name is Clayton S. Parsons III. My address is 2209 Colony Road, Charlotte, North Carolina.
And make sure you speak into the mic and they're turned on. Thank you.
Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28208.
I failed to mention that this project is an after-the-fact case, and the commission will be reviewing it as if it has not yet occurred.
Again, my name is Clayton Parsons. I've been a resident of Mecklenburg County since 1988. I did not ever have an opportunity to see what you all do here in the Historic Commission, so I'd like to thank you for your service to our county, because this is hard work that y'all do, and I appreciate it. I've been a Dilworth business owner since 2000. We've had properties and offices in that area, and we had been fortunate enough to acquire this property back in 1997. The property that we're discussing was built in 1927. It's one of the originals to Dilworth. And so it's been a real wonderful home for us. We outgrew it and moved to a building across the street, which was 927 East Boulevard, which was on your agenda last week. It's a big 2-story brick building. And you were approving the windows, but that was our building as well. We moved back across the street to move home because in COVID, we found that our workforce no longer came to the office, and so it got much smaller. The building needed to be repainted because it had been a long time since it had been painted. And so I asked my painter to take a look at whether or not he could repaint the outside. And one thing I want to make sure I have on record is saying is I really, really love historic properties. I don't like modern change. My children will attest to that all the time. I drive old cars. I keep my houses along. I love historic preservation. And so when my painter came over to paint the property, we started working on the outside of it. And I said, one rule is I want to make this property exactly the same as it is right now, but just get it repaired and fixed up. When they began to remove some paint in the back portion of the property, the boards were so old and dry and brittle, it began to disintegrate. And they tried to figure out a way to mitigate the problem. And as they removed wood to try to stop it, it all just kept disintegrating and falling apart. So we instructed them to go ahead, and it originally started out as a repair. That was the whole process. But we originally, at that point, we said, well, go ahead and just let's replace it and make it look like it does right now. Well, the wood that was there had been repainted and stripped and redone a million different times. So it had a very unique and unusual texture to it. It wasn't smooth. It wasn't any of that stuff. So I said, well, can you get something that matches that texture and that color and so forth? And so we went ahead and they started the work. They worked very quickly, which was nice. And so started on the back right corner or left corner, and they did the whole house in about a week and a half. So we were in the middle of tax season, as I mentioned, now in a CPA firm. It was the middle of February when we were doing this. And they just did it so quickly. This is fantastic. So as is pointed out in the diagram, I just really would like your all's help and guidance. It's been a pleasure to work with Elizabeth. She's come by and been very helpful and very kind as far as, this isn't right, that needs to change and so forth and so on. Angie's been a wonderful partner to help me get this thing. So we just want to get some guidance on how to remediate some of the things that we know need to be set back. I do feel like the lower level is okay the way it is. And I know hardy plank or concrete or whatever is a different type of material, but our whole goal was not to try to do anything quick or evasive or something that couldn't be detected. Our whole goal was to make it look just like the property that it's always been. And like I said, we've been in there for, 34 years off and on. And it's a beautiful historic Dilworth house that has got all sorts of wonderful things inside. We've had flooring collapse, we've had ceilings collapse, we've had plumbing go out. It's been all sorts of fun stuff. But those are my only comments. Thank you for your consideration, and I'll turn it over to Angie at this point.
So thank you. So Clayton came to us months ago and said that he had been in touch with Elizabeth, and there was a NOV on the property because of the material changes. And so started to dig into this. And so as the package presented before you, you can see some of the photographs. And I'm going to turn my back to you guys, pardon, so I can look at the images. So on slide 13, you can see that this is during the process of the removal, but the sheathing and the underlayment underneath the siding was severely damaged. Slide 16. These are the conditions that were underneath. So one thing led to another. It started with a repair, take a board off, remove the board, and it just snowballed. And as Clayton said, it happened very, very quickly over the course of like 5 to 7 days. The whole thing was done. In the process, not as a defense to the contractor, but they just fixed things. They took out the trim, they closed in the boxing, closed the open soffits. So we come before you in knowing that there's a violation. And I noticed that the application, it says staff recommendation says to deny the application, but I think the application before you is that we want to do the repairs. We want to put it back. And the items that we're going to talk about are the boxing, the soffit, the opened rafter tails, the beadboard, the window trim, the sills, the upper gable, remove the hardy, put back the cedar shakes, and the staggered 7 and 3 inch alternating cedar shakes, to put everything back. Now, in the supplement, if you can go to the supplement. So I was given a photograph of the siding that was there. So this is my hand and my phone, my photo. So the siding that Clayton instructed the contractor to do was match the siding. Now, to their defense, they matched it by texture, not by product. And so what we are asking for is that the lower level, which after the window trim, there's not a whole lot of it left, but if we could maintain the cementatious board on the lower level and then do everything else that was in the notice of violation. So restore everything at this point. Sills, boxing soffit, rafter tails, eaves, brackets on the front. They removed the 2 brackets from the dormer, took 1 bracket on each side, put it in the upper gable. So if I may, number 5. So there was never a bracket there. It was just a beam, the ridge beam that came through. Therefore, they moved the vent, they trimmed out the window with bigger trim. So we're saying that we would actually restore. So if you go to one of the original photos where there's a comparison. I'm sorry, Candace. Slide 11 is good. So if you look at slide 11, you can see that there is a 2x8 barge rafter. And then there's the ridge beam. It's not a bracket at the vent. But what they did is they took a bracket from the front, put it in the center of the gable, therefore changed how the vent was detailed. We acknowledge that, and we would like to restore everything. So the bringing into compliance is, and I guess I don't understand how, like, legally the application is. Are we denying the application? Are you going to allow us to do the work because they can't do the work unless they have a certificate of appropriateness to do the work?
So typically in these situations, the commission, it's up to the commission, but if it is a denial, it's based on the standards, and then the applicant would come back to staff for the correction. So then staff would write a COA for the correction.
So it's not an approval of the application as what we're proposing is the repair.
It's the application, while you're proposing to repair that, we acknowledge that and we appreciate that. That's going to be step 2 after the commission. What's in front of them is the after the fact. So the work that was done, and they're supposed to review the work as if it wasn't done. So, you know, in the case of the siding with the textured, we would never approve that in the first place. So if that's a denial, then the commission would deny it, and then you would come back to staff to correct it. And we would write a COA based off the correction when we get to that point.
Okay.
Okay.
So pretty much that's it. There was an honest mistake made. It happened in a period of 5 to 7 days. It was never the intent to just rip everything off and do it. You could see the deterioration and how one snowballed into the other. The sill, there was, who knows if there's termite damage under there. I mean, it was pretty severe.
I do want to make one other comment for the record. You know, I did take some time to look on the website to see what constituted a repair versus replacement and these sorts of things. And to me, it was a repair. I don't know what you read now.
Yeah, where it says match. Existing as close as possible.
Yeah, that it said I needed to match it as close to the existing as possible. I interpreted that to mean its appearance and how it appeared in the community. But I also, frankly, thought it was a small project initially because I just thought we had to do the painting and the repair in that area, and it became a larger project than that when they had to do the whole thing. The other items that were done incorrectly, I didn't want to start the process of correcting and remediating those things until I had the proper approval from the Historic Commission. So that's why we're sitting here a year later. You know, I'm trying to follow the rules. My initial approach was that it was a repair and it wasn't required to be a remodel. And that's what we started out with. Because I said, okay, we stripped some boards. Some of them are bad. We need to repair those few things. And then it turned out to be a much larger scale than that.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So basically your standard 5.2, number 7, replace wood elements when they're rotted beyond repair. I know it says do not use cementatious vinyl, aluminum. But we were trying to match the finish, and there was no natural wood out there that had match the existing. So here we are. I think that should be it.
All right. Anyone on the line to speak for or against this application?
No callers. Since it seems that the
application has slightly changed in the way that the applicant has agreed to fix all of the issues except for the retaining of the hardy lap siding. It seems that most of the issues can be kicked to staff for us to work with the applicant on. So the only thing that staff really can't approve is the textured hardy lap siding.
And that's only below, like, below the band of the.
So the
second floor,
first
'cause they're
first floor.
First floor.
Where it says 6, that all needs to be put back into the regular shake, which was what was there originally. Or that, the type.
The
of
cedar
And so the wood cedar shake. Okay.
Yep.
To be clear, I think it would be upon the commission to clarify, or staff to clarify with the applicant whether if they're changing the nature of their application. In other words, the way that staff, it appears the way that staff analyzed the application was with the understanding that maybe the applicant at the time wanted to keep what is currently there, all of it. And it sounds like the applicant now is telling you that but for one particular material in one block of the house, they're interested in restoring the rest of the issues back to the original condition. It would be better for you guys to clarify that so that it is clear what you are discussing and what you are considering.
I guess I'm a little confused, or I'm not sure why it matters. Because what the application that's in front of us is what's in front of us. What has occurred, I don't know that, can they change the application?
It is the applicant's application. They can come here and change the nature of their application unless there's anything in your rules of procedure, which I would have to look back to make sure, but I don't believe that to be the case. The applicant can withdraw portions of their application or the entirety of their application at any given moment. So,
But withdrawing it versus changing some, I guess what I'm not entirely sure about is withdrawing is one thing to say, okay, don't pay attention to this part of it and only focus on this other part. But are we saying we're introducing some new information for us to consider? Because I thought we didn't do that.
I think this is different in that it does not appear, and again, I would let staff and the applicant speak to that. I'm just, from the perspective of what you are considering, it sounds like they're asking you something different now at this hearing than what was submitted along with the materials. And so my advice to you all is to clarify what is the applicant ultimately asking so that you focus your review on that, because it does sound like the nature of their application has changed. And I don't know if that merits a continuance, if you feel like you need more clarity, or if you are satisfied with the applicant clarifying, here's what we want to do, here's what we want you to consider, versus here's what we no longer want in terms of what was potentially originally given to you with the materials. Does that make
Seems pretty
sense?
clear that they're saying they're gonna do everything but the hardy on the first level. I mean, it's pretty clear what they're asking. I think we can pretty clearly make a decision on all of this stuff.
Yes.
I mean,
So if I may, our intent has always been in the application to restore, and that was actually written in the application. That's why I was confused looking at this saying, wait a minute, I'm not asking for this material as it is today. I'm asking permission to put it back, and except for the hardy on the first level. Everything else, owner is willing to restore back to original.
yeah, I feel like
And
we could
that has
logically and
been the
common
intent.
sensibly move forward here. Almost.
We're
What
not-
what is the
Hold
hardy?
on. Can you,
What-
yeah.
What is the hardy? Is it artisan or is it just
Um,
regular 3/8
It's the
hardy?
Thinner, but it's the wood textured.
Right, it's wood and it's thin.
Well, it's the wood, it's the grain.
Right,
And it is thinner.
right. The wood texture hardy and it's the, yep, okay.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if it's hardy or another product, but
Right,
it is
yeah.
cementatious product with a wood grain finish. which was-
Candace, could I ask you a question? So could we conceivably approve with conditions, and that condition being that they replace the siding?
Yes, so this is just staff's way of trying to help you come to a conclusion. But if most of these items, to help Commissioner Hawkins out, it seems like most of the items that they're going back to the original. So typically staff can work with them if they just want to revert back to what was there originally. The siding we can't approve. If you want to approve it with the condition that they work with staff to put it back the way it was. And then I'm not sure what you're
Yeah, I'm just,
for the siding.
I mean, they've agreed to do everything except the siding. So we could agree that they'll do everything with the condition that they also do the siding.
Yes, you can do that.
So, I mean, I know this commission well enough to know that there's no way they're gonna pass that. It's just not gonna happen. So, I mean, I'd be glad to do a
Did we
motion.
close? I don't recall we closed. Okay, so any questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? Which I think we kind of already did.
And just to clarify, has the commission made sure that the applicant is done with their application? With their presentation of the application?
They told us they were done, but are you guys done?
I'm not done. I have a question. I would like to know on record why is there an issue with that particular material?
The commission has never approved that material in the past.
I appreciate that, but
Okay.
why not?
Because it doesn't match the historic dimensions or look or texture or feel of historic wood. So Hardy Artisan Smooth, which is what we have approved in the past, has a thicker profile and it has the same reveal as historic wood. So that is a material that we would.
Just so I'm clear, so if we had done Hardy Artisan Smooth, it would be okay?
There would be a potential for that to be approved, not that it would be.
I would like to know if that would be okay, if that would be approved. I'd like to,
That's up to the
if they're gonna reject what we put in there because of the texture, I would like to know if we amend our application, which we can do during a hearing, if I can put in Artisan Hardy Plank Smooth.
But the original siding was wood, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And it's not there, so it's gone. So I think that what you're saying, Clayton, is at this point, we may be able to amend the lower portion to say we would put back Hardy Artisan in its place.
As one commissioner, if you put all the details back and make the first level Hardy Artisan Smooth
Mhm.
as one commissioner, then yes, I would approve it.
Just to reel us in, our guidelines say not to put that cementitious material in place of natural wood siding on historic buildings. It's only approved for additions and new construction, correct?
While I understand your point about the artisan being a potential replacement, I agree with Commissioner Barth that the hardy plank needs to be replaced with wood, back to the original condition as well as all the other elements.
And to be clear for purposes of the commission, if an applicant chooses to change their application, they have to provide you with the evidence necessary in order for you to be able to consider the application. So if an applicant is changing their application to potentially withdraw or say that they're going to do something different, they have to make that request. And at that time, you have to evaluate whether or not you have sufficient evidence on the record at that time to move forward with that change, or if you would continue the application so that the applicant provides you with in the example of the applicant at this point, changing the materials, you would usually require evidence about whatever materials they are going to provide to you. So not all amendments to an application are equal.
So having said that, since we're not closed yet, if I may, then go back to our original application. Let's work with staff on the lower half and not to Commissioner Whitlock's comment. If y'all approve everything else for us to restore so that we're not limited or locked into anything on the bottom, we'll work with staff on the lower portion. Would that be acceptable?
Staff can only approve wood.
Okay. I mean, that, just so that we're not asking for hardy here of any kind, we would work with you on whatever material we would need for the lower portion.
Wood.
Unfortunately, staff is what we can, wood is what we can approve. If you want to submit another application after this for the replacement of that for hardy, and bring all the evidence you want to that meeting, you can do that. But at this time, it seems like wood is the option, especially from staff.
Would be wood.
Mhm.
All right, we're gonna close for deliberation. So it sounds like we probably are at a motion because
I was gonna say, we've never done any of this. And looking at this as a new application, we would deny all of these elements. I think what needs to happen here is unfortunately, and I'm sorry that they went through this unknowingly, it seems, but the details and the materials need to be restored to their original integrity.
That's what the application is. No, that's what the application is.
No,
It is, but we're saying for the siding.
Oh,
you know.
oh.
I just want to clarify. So the offer to restore all of the details and things that are listed in this presentation, that kind of came on later on in the case. So the case was first presented as a violation case with everything being changed. And that's why the staff recommendation is structured the way it is. That is kind of reflecting all of the things in the notice of violation. And then the applicant later on in the case offered to make changes. So that's just kind of documenting, the staff recommendation just kind of documents all of the changes, but does not necessarily document the kind of change in course from the applicant offering to make the fixes, if that helps.
Can I ask one more question, please?
we're closed right now.
Okay.
We can reopen. Go ahead.
Just so, is there any way that you all, I've been listening to these hearings for a couple of days and you do vote on specific topics or break it apart. I'd like to be able to move forward with restoring the structure back to the way it should look in the neighborhood. Is there anything that you all can vote on today and make a decision on today, whether it's approving everything and requiring us to go back to wood or no?
Yeah.
That's what we were about to do.
Thank you
Yep.
very much.
So we'll reclose. All right,
Okay.
you have a motion?
Yes, so I move that we approve this application and with the one exception and requirement that all replacement material be wood and that the hardy plank siding on the lower portion of the house is also replaced with wood siding. And based on design standards 4.5 for number 3, as well as design standard 6.14 for cornices and trim number 3, trim and then design standards 4.11 for trim numbers 1 through 4, design standards 6.14 cornices and trim numbers 1 and 2, design standards 5.2 for wood numbers 6 through 8, and design standards 5.2 for wood numbers 1 through 4 and 6 through 8.
All right.
And would you be able to just incorporate into your motion that you're approving the application as applicant has stated at this hearing to restore to original material?
Yes, so we are approving this application with the understanding that it will be returned to its original, what'd you say? Material, yeah,
And condition?
and condition.
All right, motion. You,
Need to include the cedar shake for the second story in that.
It is included, that's included in there. And I did want to reiterate that all materials are to be wood. No man-made materials.
Let the record show Commissioner Barth is leaving at 6:53 PM. Thank you.
all right. Motion made by Commissioner Whitlock, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Wojcik. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Oh, shoot. Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve with conditions passes 9-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the commission able to stick around for cases number 9 and 10?
It is up to the commission, but your usual schedule hours do end at 10. But again, you still have quorum, so you could continue if a quorum, if 6 of you agree to stay to continue to hear cases, you can move forward to do that.
9. Can we see how far we get with 9?
Poor guy's here. Let's do this one.
Sure.
If you begin to hear a
Begin.
case,
In 10? This is 9 or 10?
This is 9.
Oh, yeah, 9, yeah.
Okay.
Let's do 9.
Let's do 9.
Okay, we will be hearing case number 9 now, 1544 Merriman Avenue. The applicant is in the room. This case is
Have you been sworn in, Mike? Have you been sworn in? Okay. Okay. This is for a stucco foundation and fenestration changes. The first part of this application is changes to a changes to a previous COA for foundation repair. This proposal includes changing the foundation. Instead of making repairs to the painted brick foundation, it instead was covered with stucco. And this stucco involves wire mesh. So covering up the original brick. And then the second part of this application involves a discovery made when researching for the stucco foundation change that a rear window had been replaced in a previous COA for renovation as well. So we'll be looking at this replacement of an original rear window to this this plate glass window that you see here. And we'll leave it to the applicant.
Mike, if you could state your name and your address for the court reporter and turn on the mic and speak clearly and loudly.
My name is Michael Stanton Belanda, and the address is 1544 Merriman Avenue in Charlotte, North Carolina. So I bought this house in 2021 and it was pretty much falling over from the pictures. So I had to do a lot of foundation and repair work in the crawl space. And that pretty much led to me having to take out, I'd say, a third of all the brick foundation work all around the house. And it was all dusting and I had to replace it with new brick and it just did not match whatsoever. So I was unaware that I was not allowed to stucco over, and it had partially painted brick, so it would have looked terrible if I had new brick with the old 1933 painted brick next to it. So I just thought the best alternative would be to stucco over the entire foundation in order to make it all just look the same and look pretty good. And I found at least 5 to 10 other houses on my street that had done the same thing after the fact as well. So. But the whole back of the house, I had to re-brick the entire back of the house, and then I put in French doors in the back. That picture, sorry, yeah, that one right, that brick was all dusting, had to be all replaced. That crack is in the back of the house, and that was all taken out. And the painted parts are in the back as well, and that was all replaced with new brick that didn't match the old brick as well, because they're made in a different architectural shape these days, I guess. But I wasn't aware about the stucco, and I do apologize about that, but I thought it was just the best way to make the foundation look okay. And then the window, so that was actually a screened-in porch, and that is now a shower where that window is. So it had to be stained glass because I didn't want it to be clear, being a shower.
Okay, thank
And
you.
it's wood, so being in a shower, I didn't really want that to
Sure.
disintegrate, kind of.
I don't think we have any callers or anyone in the room to speak on this case, so. Just a little bit of background for the commission. We had 2 previous owners of this property that the first one wanted to demo it and decided they didn't want to go through the process, so sold it to the second one, who was a flipper, who also did not want it, who was going to put a rear addition on it, but once they got to the foundation, didn't really want to, it would have eaten into his profit, so he didn't want to
They
work
held
with
it
it.
for 2 years and then sold it to me and made a nice profit.
Correct. So Mike is the third owner of applications that we've seen on this one property. I did meet with them on site. We did talk about the foundation. I spoke with the 2 previous owners about the foundation. It was clear to me at the time when I wrote the COA and went out on site that all of the repair work was to be to the interior of the foundation, not the exterior, that the exterior could be rebuilt in certain sections, which obviously it needed to be rebuilt, and then repointed and could be repainted because the foundation was previously painted. So that was written into the COA that could happen. It was on final inspection that we found out that the stucco had been applied. And it looks like a structural report in this packet that is dated from September 2021, September 8th. The COA was written in August. Staff never saw that report. So this was all after the fact, later on information that we found.
Could I speak to that real quick?
Sure.
So they did recommend that I put lath on and then stucco just for the foundation, just to protect it because it was dusting and they wanted to secure the integrity of the foundation. And then in the back, I did put block underneath too, where I did re-brick the entire back.
That face.
And I'm gonna put you on the spot, Candace.
Sure.
You are our resident Mason. Oh, sorry, not to put you on the spot, Candace, but you are our resident masonry expert. And I'm just curious, with speaking to all of those different owners of this home, had you spoken to staff about this foundation prior to now, or prior to submitting your application?
So I had submitted a couple things to be fixed on the house and the foundation was part of it.
Okay, and stuccoing it was part of,
Stuccoing was not, no ma'am. I did not know that I was not allowed to stucco, to be honest with you.
okay. Looks like you had something.
Well, to continue your question, I thought I just heard Candace say she was there in person.
Yeah, well, before I wrote the COA, we met on site. I met with your parents, I met with the mason, I met with the whole 9 yards.
And explained what, my understanding, what you said earlier, just to re-clarify, was that you met on site and you explained what was permissible.
Yes.
Under our standards.
Correct. And that's how I wrote the COA, which is included.
And is that the COA that's the 2021?
Yes.
00596?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
And the window that was replaced, can we go to that slide? It's slide.
So every other window in the house, I actually made it double hung again and put the weights back in the wall so that they're functioning correctly and they're the single panel windows. It didn't replace any other window in the house but that window. And I only did that because it's in a shower and the wood would obviously rot if it was.
No, I heard you the first time. I understand that. That's a shower. What I was gonna ask is, and I know the angles are different, but it looks like the window was moved. Was it moved or?
I didn't do the work, but yes, it does. I think you're correct.
That is a huge no-no in historic districts.
Okay.
Changing windows are a very important historic element of historic properties. So not only changing the window, but changing the opening altogether is not an acceptable, especially without any kind of reason for any kind of application, a COA. Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure the other commissioners and get a clarification from you that that window actually moved. And it looks like it moved right up against the, I don't know if that's considered a corner board. You guys know this, but that's like not something we would ever see or approve or be okay with.
Yeah, I probably could move that over, honestly. But I just was trying to move it as far over to make as much square footage for the bathroom inside.
Okay. Other questions for the applicant?
I just wanted to clarify timelines. So, Mr. Belanda, you've owned the house since what year?
21.
21. Okay, so the COA that was issued was during your ownership. That was not a prior owner, the flipper or anything like that. And there has only been one COA issued, which was 21.
It had several parts.
Yes.
Thank you.
For the court reporter, I know you're nodding yes. Can you just answer?
Yes, there's only been one in 2021.
And just to be clear, so you got the COA and then you must have hired the engineer before then. But it didn't show up until early September. You got the COA in August, is that right? Engineer shows up in September and says, you need to fix this foundation, and this is my recommendation for fixing the foundation, when the COA was written to replace the foundation for the most part. Is that right?
Yeah, well, the COA was written to restore, rebuild the sections that needed to be done, but to leave the brick as it is. And any kind of structural repair to that could have been done on the interior because they have basically a full basement level. So if there was going to be needing like a steel support or any kind of support to that foundation wall, because I think it's only one brick wide. It's not very thick, and I think there's some piers. Yeah, there's some piers on the inside. So if there was any kind of structural bracing that was needed, we were suggesting that all be interior to the basement and just leave the exterior. Either rebuild it.
Engineer recommended said to put lath and plaster on the inside and the outside.
Correct, but we never saw that report. Staff never saw that report. It was after the COA was issued.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what I do going back since it's already on there.
Luckily, we have a masonry expert who can guide you through
Correct.
that.
Other questions? Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, I don't think you'd be in this much trouble if you would have just come to us before you did it.
I know. I bought the house and I moved very quickly. So
I'm just teasing. I'm sorry. I mean, we allow stucco foundations.
We have allowed stucco foundations on additions. And the replastering of already stuccoed foundations. Yes, you've done that. In this case, removing what, if this is Portland cement, which it probably is, that, I mean, that the brick is never gonna recover if you try to take that off.
Doesn't sound like the brick was in very good shape to begin with.
Begin
so-
with, right? So.
Okay. So I guess what if the engineer would have supplied this information, I mean, we're reviewing this as he's presenting this information to
Sure.
us to help us make a decision as to whether or not we would approve it or not approve it, right?
Correct. Staff couldn't have approved that, but we would have brought it to you anyway. So it's in front of you and it's up to the commission.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation?
could we share any of the adjacent properties that I pointed out that they had stucco on?
We see it.
Oh, you've seen it? Okay, yes, ma'am. And just one other thing, sorry, real quick. I had to do a lot of ties into the wall with rebar, so I thought stucco over instead of paint would look better too, but I know I did the wrong thing. I'm aware.
Why'd you tie into the wall with rebar?
That's what the engineer said we had to do from the inside, because he did about 12 footers on the inside walls.
Ah, yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So that was a really good question that Commissioner Wojcik just asked about the report. So Candace and Elizabeth, you received this report. If you had now that we have the report, and the report is suggesting that he does
that.
what he did. What then? Like, what would you?
If we had received this report, we would have reviewed it, and then an application to come in front of the commission would have happened because staff wouldn't have been able to approve stucco over original brick.
Okay.
So you would have seen this application regardless, like if that was the path forward for this project.
Okay. All right.
And so it's up to the commission.
All right.
But we're still reviewing this application as if this work had never occurred.
Correct. So basically you have a structural report that says this needs to be done. Are you going to allow him to do it?
Yeah. Yeah. Smart to bring the structural report. Structural report. Other questions before we close? Okay, we're closed. Commissioner Whitlock has.
Well, this commissioner, had I seen this application with the structure report, seeing the condition of the foundation that it was, thinking that this house had already escaped being torn down, and I would have been inclined to approve.
Me too.
Commissioner Lineberger.
So the standard though is 4.4, number 5, repair and replace deteriorated foundation materials such as brick and mortar, match existing historic materials as closely as possible. Do not cover the foundation with wall cladding materials such as replacement siding. And then 7, avoid parging or covering of brick or block with a coating of mortar to create a stucco appearance where it will have a detrimental effect on the performance of the material. So I guess this is a Candace question. Is it, you had already gone out there and you had said, I'm looking at this in person. This is my recommendation. This is what the standards say. This is what we allow. And you got that report from the structural engineer. Would you go back and say, would you then say, oh yeah, it's not, this is not, number 5 and number 7 are not valid in this case?
I mean, as a mason, yeah, but as staff, we couldn't approve that. So we would have had to bring it in front of you.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
But as an expert, like as someone that knows masonry and understands masonry, you would say that this would be acceptable, like it couldn't be repaired the way you initially said that when you first went out there.
Yeah, I mean, if we got the structural report back, we had, with the other 2 applicants, we had different masons and different foundation companies come out there and they didn't even want to touch it. So when I went and visited on site, there was a mason on site and I asked him very specifically, like, can you do what I'm asking from you to the interior only? And he said, yeah, we can do that. And I was like, okay, great. Cause that, goes with our standards. That's what I've asked. You know, there was going to need to be some rebuilding. Obviously, there's brick that's dust up there. So we knew that there were chunks that were going to need to be rebuilt, but it wasn't like 100%, right? So, but after getting the structural report, I mean, I still think that it might have been, we might have been able to save most of it with brick, but this is where we are now. And to Commissioners Whitlock's comments, I mean, it's been sold off twice now. It was up for demolition at one point. So if this is what this structure needs to continue to exist in our district, then I guess that's where we're at.
Okay, thanks.
So commissioners, and I know we still need to talk about the window too. For me, the window is a denial.
Agreed.
But with the support of the structural report and kind of listening to staff and all of that, I think in the history of the house, I would support what was done with the parging or stucco of the foundation. That's where I am. What is everyone else's thoughts? Unless we have somebody that's ready to blow the motion.
Maybe ready to vote a motion, but along that thought line, would we, if we were to consider the work that's been done to the foundation, want to know any unique circumstances?
Yes, absolutely.
I think specifically say why you're allowed, if you're going for approval of the repairs to the foundation, that you specifically mentioned those standards, that it is acknowledged that it is incongruous with design standards 4.4.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I think maybe 5.5 for masonry. That's great.
I think put it all in there. 4.4.
Yeah.
1, 5, and 7, and then 5.5, 2, 4, 5, and 8.
So just to clarify, if you're going to approve the application, your approval is because for some reason, they were able to prove that it wasn't ultimately incongruous with the district. If you are saying in your approval that it is incongruous with the district, that kind of goes against what you're ultimately doing. You may be able to build into your motion that outside of the current conditions of this particular property, it would be incongruous with the district and it would not follow the standards, but for whatever specific conditions, that being, for example, the availability of an expert report, structural engineer report, and potentially the availability of the photographic evidence showing the damage to the foundation, et cetera. But all that's to say, if you're going to approve, you would have to approve ultimately because you found that the project was not incongruous with the character of the district, because that is your legal standard.
The structural engineer specified this to help save the existing brick.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, on that same note, Commissioner Wojcik, that standards mention being against applying stucco to the original brick and inhibiting the function of that brick, but that's not what was done here. This isn't just something that's been applied to the surface of the brick. What's been done here is essentially created a system using stucco, but also using metal, rebar, and other means to create a stable foundation. So it's very different application than just simply a parge. So I wanted to make that distinction.
Yeah. And we do have other projects where we've allowed windows to be replaced, especially there was a specific house that was going to be demolished and we gave lots of leniency on the window situation. So though the trim doesn't match the historic trim configuration, I will remind everybody that we did approve some window changes in a house replacement and locations in a house that was going to be demolished because we were happy that it was still there.
Also, if you take a look at slide 26, the original house actually has 4/1 windows of the Craftsman style. This window that we're talking about, while maybe original or an early addition on slide 12, is a 6/6 and it is on the rear. So there, to Commissioner Wojcik's point, there might be some leniency. Maybe not this pane glass and of course not this trim, but some leniency to the location and maybe the different window style.
But it was moved, like it's like right on the corner.
I'm with
think they
you.
got it.
We wouldn't approve that.
Help
We wouldn't
best
Yeah.
with that view, but
Just, Sean, I like your motion.
We have a two-parter, it sounds like.
Yes.
So, move to approve this application. Because the project's not in Congress with the special character of the district. So mentioned in the standards, 4.4 basins, 5.5 masonry. The approval is also references the engineer's report and the specific recommendations within that and has applied to the foundation. The people make note of those special circumstances regardless.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Sullivan, seconded by Commissioner Holtz. I'll give it to, any discussion on the motion?
I think friendly amendment. Did you say something about this applicant not, like the previous two owners were gonna demo it and this one because of structural and this one was saving that part? As part of the conditions of us approving it? I'm just saying, just for the additional exception.
I think from a legal perspective, it is probably best to stay within the realm of your evidence because ultimately it is not part of your legal standard whether or not a structure is going to be demolished. Per North Carolina law, an applicant is allowed to go through a demolition provided they meet the qualifications of what the standards and the law requires.
All right. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote on part one. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz.
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve part one passes 9-0.
All right, and now part two. I move to deny the window portion of the application because the proposed project is incongruous with the special character of the district as described in standards 4.12 and 4.14 windows.
And Commissioner Sullivan, can you add specific facts about the proposed project that show that it is incongruous with the standards?
Yes, the incongruity with the standards for the proposed window is that it would be moved from its original location to a location incongruous with the original architecture and style. And the proposed window itself, the proposed window replacement is incongruous with the district and the special character.
Special character as well, you said?
We're closed.
I'm sorry.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Sullivan, seconded by Commissioner Whitlock. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz.
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to deny part two passes 9-0. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I ask one question?
You'll work with staff.
Yes, we.
Thank you guys so much for your time. I hate to keep you after 7. I really appreciate it though.
Thank you.
Y'all have a good night.
Would you like to hear number 10 or? No? Okay. So I believe it sounds like we are moving. If we're gonna lose quorum, then I don't think we can hear case 10. Okay, we will move it to the beginning of the February meeting. Can we at least get minutes done? Anyone for minutes?
Did anyone review the November 13th meeting minutes?
No. Okay, so we'll move November's meeting minutes to February. And then just a friendly reminder, your economic interest statements are to be turned into the clerk's office. If you send it by email, they also need a hard copy. So you are required to mail them or bring them by a hard copy. The clerk's office is making that a requirement this time. So,
If you have any questions on what's required to fill out on the Statement of Economic Interest form, please feel free to reach out to Jill and myself. We're happy to answer questions on that.
Okay. All right.
A hard copy that I emailed.
Hey, guys, we have to close out the meeting.
yes, please close out the meeting.
All right, we have reached the end of our agenda. Is there any further business to discuss? If not, this meeting is adjourned at 7:26 p.m. Thank you. Can we get volunteers to in November and January?